hello, hello, hello. Oh my gosh, hi Scarlett. Oh, you're so cute. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Not you've been awaiting. Definitely not. Oh my gosh, I believe you totally were not waiting. Hi, Elysian. Oh, happy Valentine's Day. I love you guys. Ugh. Y'all, we can be each other's Valentine today because I don't have a Valentine. I'm all lonely today. So, we're gonna make up for it by hanging out together and being each other's Valentine. How does that sound? I can be your Valentine. Mwah. Happy, happy Valentine's Day. I'm over here chilling with my cat, you know, single girl things. But I'm excited to play some of these dark romance virtual novel type games. Actually, courtesy of Elysian. Elysian suggested these ones to me. So the ones that we're going to play today are courtesy of Elysian. Thank you so much for your lovely suggestions. I appreciate you. Mwah. PC Cat is the only companion we need. You're so right. He is just sitting right next to me too. He knows, he can sense. He can sense that I'm sad and lonely today. Over here, I got my coffee, my 7-Eleven Dunkin' coffee. Mocha flavored, you know. We gotta get that chocolate thing going. I also bought myself one of those like heart-shaped chocolate boxes by like the Russell Stover kind. I'm like, they're good though. I wish we had those all year round. Ooh, yes, do make a coffee. Yeah, I'm like, I never make my own coffee. I just go to the store and I like buy the little bottled ones. But no, yeah, Elysian is like so good about visual novels. Like, he knows everything. Anytime I'm interested in playing a new visual novel, he's who I go to. I'm like, hey, what you got? He's my VN dealer. Our rental office is doing candygrams. Aw, that's so cute. Brah. I love that. You like my room scene? Thank you. Yeah, it's like chill. I purchased it from an artist on Etsy, and I like it a lot. It's cozy. Happy Valentine's Day, Cyanide. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, thank you for liking my room scene. Yeah, I like it too. If I here, let me see. I can move myself out of the way. And then you guys can see the whole thing. There's like not much behind me, but there's a little. Alright, now to get myself centered. That looks good. One of these days you can look. Yeah, one day I definitely will get a custom room scene. It will happen. It will happen one day. But for now, this one that I purchased on Etsy I think is very cute. I like it, so we'll get there. I've not been in much of a rush to like purchase new art and stuff like that lately. I've been like, oh, I feel like I've been so busy. I haven't done a lot of art hunting. Alright. So, I've picked out a couple of dark romance virtual novel type, otome type games to play today. And the first one I'm going to start off with is called It Gets So Lonely Here. And it's like a Yuri yandere type beat, and I'm excited about it because I'm like, oh my god, lesbians. I love the girlies. And I think I can just load up this like 32.exe file and it'll work. I got to tell Himi that you streamed her game. Oh yeah, heck yeah. Yeah, I know that like you've talked about her before and her game, so yeah, I'm excited to play this one. Let's see. Let's go here and let's pause these. Load up this and let's see what we can do about capturing this. Ooh. Maybe? There you go. Bam. I think that's a little loud. Turn it down just a bit. I feel like that's good. Hi, Broken. Welcome. Hi, Melis. Welcome in, guys. We are playing some dark romance type games today for Valentine's Day. Horror influenced romance. What more could you ever possibly want? The soundtrack's giving me a little bit of... You're right, it does kind of have a Castle in the Sky vibe to it. Yeah, I kind of like it though. I'm like, I've been really into the soundtracks for the games I've been playing lately. I feel like they've all been like super good. And I was like reading a little bit the credits, and I think this is an original, like all original music and stuff too. Ooh, okay. Open trench coat. Alright. Let's look at the options really quick, just to see. I'm curious about, like, controls and stuff like that. Okay, let's full screen, because it is windowed right now. Alright, and... I feel like this is fine. Hi, Scully. And everyone was waiting for me. Hi, welcome. I'm excited to play this. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this? This is gonna be fun. Let me move. Is my PNG in the way at all? No, I don't think she is. I was born ready. Heck yeah. Welcome in, everybody. For those of you who just got here, we're going to be playing some dark romance virtual novel type games today for Valentine's Day. We're gonna have a mix of horror, a mix of romance, you know. I feel like it fits my vibe. So that is what we're doing today. I hope you guys enjoy. You're running through a forest. It's late at night and the sky is black as pitch. There is nothing to light your way, save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you're going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. Read you as listener and learn joy when you complain at all. Oh, you're so sweet, Scarlett. Nah, she's little. She's got to be out of the way so you guys can see. So it's just a smidge high. Okay. Let's see. How is this? Is the sound level good? I can't tell, honestly. It's like a little... Because I can also change it. Okay, it's good how it is. Okay, cool. I was like, I just changed it straight from like the desktop. So I was like, I can change it in the game too if that makes it better. But yeah, it like doesn't sound that loud to me. me, but I can see it coming through here, and it looks like loud. It looks kind of loud for you guys. There. I feel like... Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I just needed to change it here instead of on the desktop because... Yeah, the way it comes through for you guys. I'm like, okay, cool. Now I feel like I can hear it pretty well and you guys can hear it, so... And it's not too loud. My beautiful voice. Ah, you're so sweet. Alright. You do not know where you're going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You are running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind. You have no desire as you run, save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen, you are certain that you would be ruined. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going, on and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You have no idea how long you've been running. Time has begun to blend together. It's lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what's happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forward with a shocked gasp. You're free, but at what cost? Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, and soon, she will catch you. Then your life will be over. You do not know if she is still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then you would crumble. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. Oh no, what if she catches us? Oh, the horror. Oh no. Nervy is perfectly natural to say, but it sounds so cute to me. Nervy. It's too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. You run and run while icy fog swirls about your feet. It's cold enough to sap the heat from your body, and you shudder from it. It feels as though you're drowning. It feels as though you're being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your own life, you must. You run and you run and you run until at long last you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split up. Well, 4 if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though. Not when you have put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposts, which is something of a strange sight given you're so deep in the forest. Dark though it might be, you've grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old, dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate, if you will forgive me for sounding cliché, is in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Which path are we gonna take, chat? Which path are we gonna take? To the shore, to the village, or to the castle? Ooh. Okay, I'm automatically leaning towards the shore because I just love the beach and I love water. To the sea, yes, okay. I'm like, automatically, that is the one that I feel like I want to go. Alright, let's go to the shore. So you want to go to the shore. Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? This night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures still awaiting you. I hope that you have prepared yourself in advance, and I do hope for your sake that you have learned how to swim. I have a sneaking suspicion that this stick skill might come in handy. Oh, yeah, since we're going to the water, maybe. You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself on on weary, ashen limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. Aching. Why? I don't know why my brain couldn't read the word aching for a second, but it'd be like that sometimes. The dyslexia be going crazy. You are a little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing. Wondering, because it's like I don't know how, like if it's an issue on my end or like I don't know how that could be though because I just feel like it's a Twitch thing, right? Yeah, I don't know if it's like an internet thing or if it's like on my end. I don't know. Like is the stream lagging like and there's like a you know loading issue like on your PC or is it like lagging without any sort of like loading error? Because I feel like if it's lagging without any sort of like loading screen, then it's a me thing and I need to figure out how to fix it. Stretches of buffering and screen freezing. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if, it could be a me thing. I'm not sure. Well, I don't know if I can fix that right now, but I'll look into fixing it after stream today. But yeah, I'm like, it's weird that it's happening twice, but also it's like weird that it's happening now because like it's never happened before and like I haven't changed anything. So that's kind of weird. Also, I like monitor my own stream and I didn't notice it before, but now that you guys mention it, yeah, my stream like I like when I'm monitoring it, it does seem like it freezes and I have to like close it and open it again. Weird. No, I don't hear my own voice. I just have it like silently like open on my phone so that I can like make sure that it's working properly. Um, and like sometimes my chat box doesn't work super well on my PC, so I have it also open on my phone so that I can see what you guys say, so I don't miss anything that you guys say. But yeah, it's okay as long as it's not bothering you guys too much. But I'll figure it out after stream today. Thank you guys for pointing it out though. Okay. You need to lie down and quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you will find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have a vision of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away on his boat, to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherman, a face you have lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. He will have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with gray. He will look intimidating at a glance, but he'll be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. Yeah, I was like, your imagination's running crazy. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm for sure going to go to the shore and find this old gentleman who is going to fit my fantasized version of a fatherly figure. Me and my maladaptive daydreaming era. No, really. I'm like, damn, girl, are you okay? I think she needs some therapy. You're only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. I did not say that time had begun to... Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. Dang, a narrator is talking directly to me! is what I do instead of therapy. It's been working out great for me. I mean, as long as it works, who am I to judge? It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It's still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous cliffs, which plummet sharply downward to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. You felt, upon escaping the woods, a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs gives you pause. You inhale. Then you frown. Now, what are you to do? You did not think this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. There is little in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far? You don't know. And you cannot see any houses. Where exactly will you rest your weary head? And what if your weary legs? Fitfully, you look around. There is nobody to your east, nor is there anybody to your west. There's no point in looking south. That's the way you came, and when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it's too dark. Naturally, there's not a soul here to help you. You're on your own. You feel so overwhelmed you could very well cry. You do not cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty ocean air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You're not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, if only a little. And it is this sense of self-preservation which compels you onward. You glance this way and that, depressing the tall grass beneath your shoes as you search for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely-looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? You hurry onward, hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination. There's a house, after all, out there in the wilds, though it doesn't at a glance look very welcoming. The solitary house that you have discovered not so far from the cliff is rather unremarkable. It's so small and squat, you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than one room. Yes, oh, fisherman, let's go, please. But I think there might be a cute girl in there. Though it is dark, it's not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. It's leaning listlessly to one side, like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There's a hole in the thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare, almost bald. That's rather concerning. Should it rain, you will not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings. But do your misgivings matter, really, when there's nowhere else to go? It is not as though you have any other options. It's with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage, which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it's empty. It's rather late at night, after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you'll never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Then you rap the knuckles of your right fist on the door. On the hunt for more cute girls to rizz up. Always. We're always on the hunt for cute girls to rizz up. Got that maladaptive riz. Yeah, baby. You rap quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for a second time, more loudly this time. You wait a few moments, but still, you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. The third time is, as they say, the charm. But, for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. The door. You pull it down. To your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you as if by magic. It feels almost as if this was preordained. You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It's hard to see, given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage's interior is about as inspiring as its exterior. Which is to say, not very. It's every bit as small and as cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely that is to your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small cramped cottage such as this, with holes in the roof. You close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute, so intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It's not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this one is better than standing. It's far, far better than running. Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together. And soothed by the sound of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Then you begin to dream. It's not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and worst of us do it, from queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. Why, who to say is that all you have observed tonight has not, in sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies, then, a dream inside a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another like little wooden dolls. Is that not a whimsical thought? However, very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more pernicious sort. In your dreams, you are the big words. I'm so bad at reading big words. Conservatoire? With your red hair tied back into two prim proper braids. You are walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed so as to not look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not want to meet their eyes. These girls with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes are merciless. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours so as to not draw attention. But alas, it is not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall. Just like that, all eyes are upon you. They're staring at you. They're laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, your books scattered, and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray. Your knees hurt. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes, at a girl taller than you, and prettier, and much more refined. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? It can't hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out and accept her offered aid. Her fingers curl around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall, and your knee is still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you are not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She's laughing at you. Then she's pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water, which drums against its basin, is all of a sudden very loud. It's overwhelming. It surrounds you. Then it engulfs you. It's cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then, no, you do not want to remember this. What good will it do? It is in the past where it ought to remain. You're never going to go back, not even in your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back into the world of the waking, with a start. You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from a lack of sleep, and with half-lidded eyes, you glance about. It's still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the window splashed still with stars. How long were you asleep? You're not sure. Your dream was so very detailed. It really did feel that you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste rank, foetid water in your mouth. This person has a very wide vocabulary, and it's making me feel like I really need to have a word a day calendar or something. I'm like, bruh, I wish I knew more words. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. So vivid was your dream, you half expect to find that your clothes are damp. Oh, okay. Fetid. Okay. Heard. I'm like, bruh. But to be fair, I do feel like I could use some vocab expansion, considering like I enjoy writing and creating. I'm like, I feel like it's a good thing just overall. I probably will invest in some type of word a day app or calendar of some sort. Gotta expand that vocab, you know? Okay. This is not the case, however. You are, in fact, perfectly dry. Well, now what are you to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You're very tired, but your senses feel too overwrought, all of a sudden, for sleep. You do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet, then stand by the window. What the heck is the word fetid? Honestly, I couldn't give you a direct definition. I usually, when I read that word, just use like context clues to kind of like understand it. Let me look it up. Let's see. Ah. Smelling extremely unpleasant. That's what it means. We've learned something today, chat. Fetid means smelling extremely unpleasant. Oh my gosh, we should just do a word a day here in the stream. And then we'll all learn together. Okay. Now that we've learned something, you look out to the starry sky and to the pitted moon which hangs amongst them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors howling like an injured animal, and more softly the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. So like Machi's stinky. You're here for my vocab corner. I appreciate you. I am not stinky. I'm being bullied. Chat is bullying me. I smell like eucalyptus and mint and lavender. Okay? That's usually what I smell like, with a little bit of citrus. I think I smell nice. I'm not a garbage boy stink man. Ah! Chat doesn't believe me. I'm not stinky. I take showers every day. And all of my products that I use on my skin smell really nice. Not stinky, but fetid. Whatever, chat. Whatever. You can believe what you'd like. I'm being insulted. I'll believe it when I see it or smell it. Listen, get over here right now. Give me a sniff. Give me, everybody come close. Give me a good sniff. Wait. Hold on. Give me a good sniff. Give me a sniff. Sniff me, cowards. Sniff me. Smell me. Enhanced. Big Machi. Give me a sniff. Let's go even bigger. Hi, guys. Now you can definitely smell me straight through your monitors. Sniffer. I'm sniffing you guys. We're getting a sniff. I'm gonna smell you guys. You guys are stinky. I think you guys need a shower. Okay. Oh my gosh. Wee! In big end. And here she sits. Back down to normal size. Sneef. It's giving cat. You can sniff wherever, you know? I don't have a preference. Give a good whiff. Yer. Sup, tripped. Everyone was calling me stinky, so I had to get all up in their face so they could give me a sniff. I smell perfectly fine. Thank you very much. I'm not smelly! You guys are so mean to me. You guys are bullies. I also had a dream I was tumbling in a ventilation shaft last night. What? Tumbling on low. Do you use fabric softener? Do I use fabric softener? If I'm doing like my own, like especially if it's like blankets or something, sometimes I will. But my roommate, sometimes we like do our laundry together. And my roommate has sensitive skin, and stuff with like laundry detergent that has like scents and stuff like that can irritate their skin. So like a lot of times we just use the unscented, like clear, clean wash stuff. Lysol sprayed. I did not use this fruity lavender thing, and then I use a body roller that's like citrus pine and lavender, okay? And then all of my skincare products smell really nice. So I smell great. And you guys are just haters. You guys are just bullying me on Valentine's Day is what it is. You guys are like, oh my gosh, Machiko, loser, lonely, no Valentine, haha, and she smells. I'm being harassed. Alright, I'm getting back to the game. You guys are so mean to me. Ugh. You can hear the wind outdoors howling like an injured animal, and more softly the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that's not all. What is that sound? Why, it's almost like singing. The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, nor even the individual syllables, but there's a haunting quality to it all. The singer, whoever they are, possesses quite the pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is melancholy, yeah? One which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing, but emotionally? That's another matter altogether. You really should have learned your lesson by now. You should know better than to go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, then reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your grasping fingers, and the door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the cottage, but it's colder still now that the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, nipping mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold, inhospitable landscape, your fingers clenched into fists at your side. Then you step out into the unknown. You canvass the cliff face, led by nothing more than the luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is the voice, as it hangs on the breeze. It would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs, where they drop downward into empty air. You ought not go any further, but the voice has yet to cease. You can still hear it echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking again, and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glint. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you're determined to ease yourself down onto the shore, in one piece preferably. The wind is so powerful, it feels as though there is something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder, during your descent, if it's meant to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. Well, if that's what it wants, then you refuse to give it satisfaction. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until, at long last, your feet reach the shoreline below. You've made it, and you did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes. After gripping those rocks, you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers. They feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it's still attached to your bones, or it ought to be, your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulled you outdoors. Now you must find them. You set off down the shore, on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated? Meanwhile, you clamber over. All the while, the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlight stroll. The waves lap against the shore, then recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. The ocean that you have seen in your library books were all blue as sapphires, but this ocean is different. It is so late at night, it looks black instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to quash it. You will not let yourself be afraid. Oh my gosh, you guys, a mermaid! Mer person! She's like a siren! She's singing a siren song! Oh my god, you guys, I'm excited. I didn't realize how fantasy driven this was gonna be, so I'm like, ooh! Ooh! There's a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. She's singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant, like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, are parted in song, are soft, like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender, like the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, it's nothing like anything you have ever seen before. It is here, and here alone, that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty, for her legs are non-existent. Rather than two awkward appendages, this woman has, instead, the sleek shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not then a human? She cannot be, not with a tail like that. This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. At least you do not scream. That would be even ruder. Oh my. You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing, it feels almost as if she's looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest, as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when you first observed her, sitting on that outcrop of rock, her face turned in profile. Now she is looking at you, however, you can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty. She's beautiful, so much so it's almost unnerving. She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong in this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination? But no, she is none of those things. Her tail might be an impossible thing, but its scales look slick and wet regardless, like those of any fishes one might find at the market. These scales are iridescent and bathed beneath the light of the moon. They seem to almost glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation. but the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which were once pursed in a frown, now shift upwards. She's smiling. Then, she says, in a refined sort of voice, My, it really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters. My, this is quite an effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet girlish variety. She is rather more admissible than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself, with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously, you observe the mermaid, and you ask her what she means. What happened? As to that, I'm afraid I cannot say. I have been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but nobody has come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some matter of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water's surface, and your kind had been eradicated. You shuddered and reassured the mermaid to the contrary. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you, at least, have not been eradicated. You are still here. Yes, well, I can see that, the mermaid answers with a slight laugh. It really is a relief. My fellow merpeople who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I have always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering, sitting here night after night all on my own. It gets so lonely here. Now, that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? So, dear human, did you say that you are unfamiliar with these parts? Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtless though you might be, at times you are not so very self-centered that you cannot detect the note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident as she looks at you that she is hoping for a particular answer to her query. This answer, alas, is not one that you can furnish her with. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you reaffirm your earlier words, though this time you embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from a far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It is not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you have only just arrived by this shore, and you are unfamiliar with both your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there is a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. You do not know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land. But if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needn't worry overly on that score. You are still alive. Are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity to the human realm? Yes, that's true. You are here, and I'm hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and of its inhabitants. This makes you wonder. Was there a particular person from this village she was close to? So, you were able to work that much out, the mermaid answers with a small smile. You're an intelligent one, aren't you? Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You were always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular. You could never get your head around all of the numbers. Your stern, stony-faced math professor used to despair in you. But she is not here. None of them are here. It is just you now, and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by her compliment, and tell her that it was nothing more than a lucky guess. For a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You are quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me. Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are. There are many humans in this world. Of that I know. The human who spoke with me, however, was special. She was my human. You do not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice. And I cherished her dearly. She would come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores, and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and about her customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to pasture. Random question, who drew my PNG? Art Mel May is the name of my artist who drew my PNG, and I believe I have her information somewhere in my about. But if it's not in my about, it's definitely in my bio on Twitter. I'm not sure where I have it written. I keep meaning to make like a card that has like information on my artists that I work with and like who's drawn what for me. Because I do have a couple of different art pieces that were commissioned. But yeah, this one was done by Art Melme, I think, if I remember properly. But for sure, that information is either in my About page here on Twitch, or it's for sure in my bio on Twitter. And my Twitter, if you want to get to that, hold on, I can do this for you. Here you go. If you wanted to jump over there. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Okay. And the artist was really sweet too. She was very lovely to work with, and was like super helpful and like helping me design my my PNG. So I highly recommend working with her. She was very nice, very lovely. Thank you for the hydrate redeem, Scarlett. Got you. I need to stay hydrated when I read so much with like the visual novels and stuff like that. I feel like I'm talking so constantly. I feel like my voice starts to get scratchy. Thank you, thank you. She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who have lived in the ocean all of my life, cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who... She did not have even a single drop of malice in her heart. The wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of her friend makes you feel for a few brief moments a flicker of some ugly, primordial emotion. You have, for many, many years, been woefully alone. But you are not alone now. You are with the mermaid, and she is with you, and though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go? Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she had been whisked away by a wicked spirit. That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear? No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden. So, you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf, did she not give you any warning? Not a single one. And when, you ask, did she disappear? I do not know, in truth. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently both above and below the surface. You humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and to place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons, for your months, even for your days of the week. It is all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live so much longer than you humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal. This curious remark catches your attention. How long exactly do mermaids live for? The mermaid does not look much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder. My, nosy, aren't we? The mermaid asks, and she laughs. A soft tinkling sound, like that of a bell, which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You've always had a thirst for knowledge, not of the dry, dusty academic variety, but of stories, people with strange personalities. Literature was the only subject you were ever any good at. Again, it is hard for me to quantify, but to put in terms a human like you can understand. I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries. Centuries? That's quite the surprise. But perhaps it shouldn't be. You have been subject to any number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile? I have not been waiting that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it has been but a few seasons. It might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I have experienced any number of wants during my life, but I have never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me and she would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I am asking for an impossibility. I have been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her, or to her family, or perhaps to her whole village. You can hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Her sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge in it for too long. Otherwise, you fear you might drown in it. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You are only a traveler after all. What do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a nearby village? Yes, I thought you might say that. It's quite unfortunate, but, well, I ought not to reflect upon all that I am missing. That would be curlish of me? And it would be a knife which stretches before me like a golden cord. And of course, I have you now. Does she? Do I not? I ought to go soon before my absence is noticed. But will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. Of course we're gonna come visit you! Oh my gosh, you guys, we're being flirted with by a beautiful mermaid. Like, how could we say no? Like, oh my god, yes, of course, bae, of course. I have always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone. You cannot help but feel, as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers, that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you instead as a substitute for her farmhand that she has been missing so very adherently. The thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it. Still, to be held in lower esteem than a farmhand of all things. It makes your self-esteem sting? Dang, girl. Well, you can't be basing your self-esteem off of what others think of you, okay? Like, you have to love yourself, MC. MC really does need some therapy, y'all. You try not to let the mermaid notice this, though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It is silly, in any case, to be jealous of a girl who may very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It is the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You would, you tell the mermaid, after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much. Oh, thank you. I have been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again. Did she not smile, you wonder, after her friend disappeared? I did not, no. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You are not callous and unfeeling like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You are much kinder than they are. Oh, if only she knew. If the mermaid was aware, I wonder, of how petty you are, and how jealous, would she still care for you? Well, that is neither here nor there. You agree to meet with the mermaid come sundown the following night, and then make your slow, stumbling way back up the cliffs, then to the cottage you have purloined as your own. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet, and then you close your eyes. The sighing of the wind outside and the distant rolling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel, after your midnight encounter of a murish kind, quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where has that all gone? Do you not think you are being a bit complacent? No? Oh well. You will. Oh my god, the narrator is threatening us! Listen, I can't help that MC is being complacent. Don't threaten me, bro. The following morning, when it arrives, is cloudy and overcast. It is not a particularly pleasant morning, but at least it is not raining. That is some small consolation. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glancing about the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night, when much of it was obscured by the shadows. But it looks even more so when subjected to the morning's light. The cottage's interior has the distinct, disquieting appearance of having been abandoned in a hurry. There is a broken pottery strewn upon the ground, and the singular wooden chair, which once must have stood by the singular wooden table, is lying on the floor. The doors of the cupboards, meanwhile, are ajar, and the shelves within depressingly bare. A quick search reveals a handful of edibles, but there is precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you will have to look into foraging. Y'all, why are we just talking about living in this cottage all of a sudden? Like, I thought we were just spending the night. We definitely are being a bit complacent. I think we're under the siren song a little bit. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I can't wait for this shit to get dark. As if it's not already dark, but I feel like it's gonna get darker. You ate very little last night, and your stomach is empty. It was the malcontented rumblings of your stomach, in actual fact, which roused you from your slumber. But your body seems to be very far away indeed, much like the gray clouds which choke the sky. You are not thinking of your own physical discomforts. You are dwelling instead upon the events of the night prior. You cannot help but think of that mermaid. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night during your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? It sounds unreal, especially now that the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior have disappeared. You cannot quite believe it. It must have been a dream. But why then can you recall it so very clearly? You help yourself to the scant food and drink available to you, all the while thinking of your next course of action. Now what are you to do? You plan, of course, to return to the shore come nightfall, so that you might once again see the mermaid, but the night will not arrive for quite some time. You need to find some means of keeping yourself occupied until then. The uninspiring interior of the cottage does not furnish you with any particular ideas, so you decide to go for a walk. Your souls still ache after your excursions last night, but if you go slowly, you ought to be all right. That is what you hope, at least. You do not want to spend much longer than you have to in the fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. It's almost as cold inside as it is out, and in any case, the cottage is far too small. You leave the cottage behind you and set off. You do not know where exactly you are going, but you suppose it does not matter overly much. You do not have any particular destination in mind. Your meanderings lead you to the cliffs, which are steep and sharp. The drop to the shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder at how you were able to descend the cliffs the night prior to meet the mermaid. You are rather more determined than you ever realized, though I, of course, could have told you that much. I like that the narrator is kind of like a third party sometimes. Like, sometimes I feel like you're experiencing inner dialogue, and then other times it's like the narrator is talking to the player about MC. So it kind of like, in some moments you feel like you are MC, but then in others it's like you feel more removed because you're being like directly addressed as a player. And I'm like, I like games that do that. I feel like it's cool. Like, it's evenly cool, I think, to feel like super immersed in the character itself when you're playing like a first-person virtual novel. But I feel like this is fun writing, and it like opens the door for a lot of like extra type of fourth wall breaking material, like how the narrator is kind of sassy towards us. Like, I feel like that's fun. I'm enjoying it so far. You are surprisingly capricious for such a small, slender human. You walk along the sides of the cliff, keeping a sensible distance away from the drop to the shore. You might have survived last night's excitement unscathed, but you do not fancy trying your luck. It would be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death in the darkness, only to stumble during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Your meanderings along the cliff reveal to you all manners of curious flora. You thought the night prior that the cliffs were weather-blasted, but you can see now that your assumptions were incorrect. There are flowers here, very warm and bright like the sun's light during the summertime. Or, you think, with a flush of pleasure, the fair hair of the mermaid whom you are certain you spoke to last night. These flowers are so very like her hair, it's uncanny. You step towards the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. The tall grass brushes your ankles like a caress, the morning's dew wetting your skirt. Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you care not for this minor discomfort. You have just had an idea. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You are sure that she would appreciate it. Why would she not? She told you, in a voice which was steeped in dolor, that she had been feeling lonely. You want to see her again. and when you next see her, you would like to make her smile. It is with this thought in mind that you begin to pick the flowers which are growing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and their delicate stems snap easily enough between your fingers. You take care when plucking these flowers to leave a substantial amount of stem intact. You will need these stems so that you might twine the flowers together. You mean to make for your mermaid a diadem, something she will be able to wear in her hair. This tiara is certain to suit her. She's so pretty, anything would suit her. You continue to work, slow and steadfast, as the weak sun shines. It takes time, but you are eventually able to fashion something you are satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid will feel similarly, if indeed she really does exist. Carefully, you pocket your makeshift diadem, and then decide to forage for some food. You discover during your search some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits. For the present, at least, it is fortunate really, that you are so excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you were less focused upon the future and dwelt more in the immediate present, you might have more of an appetite. The emptiness in your stomach. Man, these words. Assuaged? You return to the cottage, whereat you mean to wait for the setting of the sun. There is very little to do, you soon discover, in the cottage other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floors, occupations with which both feel depressingly pointless. There are no books to read either, with which you might pass your idle hours. You do, however, busy yourself with trying to light a fire, so that you might ward off the cold. The time is horribly slow in passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but also because you cannot stop thinking of the mermaid. Will she really return to the shore, as she said she would? Can you truly trust her? Oh, you hope that you can. If she were not present at your designated meeting place, you think you would die from disappointment. The seconds continue to trickle by, unchecked by any hourglass, and as they do, the sun sinks below the horizon. Part of you worries, however, that it might still be too early to search for the mermaid. Will she be there yet? You sit there, your stomach tied up in anxious knots, and as you listen to the wind, which buffers your window, you hear it. The sound is faint, but you recall it well from the night before. There is a single, solitary voice outdoor, tempest-tossed amidst the rolling waves. The voice is a high, clear one, silvery, if indeed voices can have colors, like a finely polished dinner plate in a noblewoman's home. The voice belongs, of course, to the mermaid. Who else do you know with a voice as angelic as that? Relief begins to bubble up inside you, a relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. She did not abandon you after all. Why, you wonder, did you ever think that she would? She said that she wanted to see you. Did you think that a mere nicety? Buoyed, as if by a gentle breeze, you hurry to the door. With trembling fingers, they are trembling, I presume, from excitement rather than fear, you seize the handle and then turn it. I found my money order for this one. Oh no, you haven't turned it in yet? Scarlett, oh no. I hope that your landlord is understanding about that. I'm so sorry. I'm sending you hugs and positivity. I hope it all turns out okay. That's stressful. Hi, Keeper's Mom, welcome in. Thanks for hanging. We're playing some dark romance visual novels today for Valentine's Day. A little crossover of horror and romance for the season. I just ran to turn it in. I haven't heard anything from management. Yeah, if management hasn't contacted you or sent you anything, then yeah, it's probably fine. But I hope it all turns out okay. I'm sending you big hugs. Then you step out into the dark, inky night. You walk towards the cliffs as you did the night prior, beneath the cover of the inky blue sky, the wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. I think you also folded up a towel, makes a good desk mat. Yeah, I have like a really big, like long desk mat, like that I got from like a individual selling artist at a convention once, and I really like it. But before I had it, yeah, I feel like a towel would work really nicely. And I feel like you could also like use a towel for like a wrist rest, you know? But yes, I hope it all turns out okay, Scarlett. I am manifesting positivity. I was looking at cool anime ones, but I figured it's just gonna be covered by the keyboard. Yeah, so like, when I game with, if I'm typing like a document or something with my keyboard, it's like pretty centered on my mat, but when I'm like gaming, I actually kind of have my keyboard tilted a little bit and off to the side. So I can still see a good bit of my desk mat, but it's just kind of like, it's kind of like a retro, dreamy, like aesthetic type of mat. So there's nothing like, no specific like anime or anything on it. Because I also thought about getting an anime one, but yeah, in the end, I ended up getting this like kind of cute retro pink one instead, and I'm like, I really like it. I'll post a picture of it in the Discord for you guys in case you guys were curious. I can also post a link to the seller because she was very lovely, and she makes more than just this one. She makes a couple of desk mats, and she was really sweet, and I met her in person, and like her art is just really cute. So I will share the love. You walk towards the cliff as you did the night prior, beneath the cover of the... Oh, yeah, I already read this one. Oh. Your soul still ached from your expedition the day prior, but you are able to ignore this discomfort. It seems irrelevant, really, when compared to the prospect of once again meeting the mermaid. Bruh, I am kind of obsessed with how MC is just like so lonely and obsessed with this mermaid that like, even though she's literally only met her for a short period of time the night before, you have known her for only one night, yet she has come to mean more to you than your own well-being. Yeah, dude, literally, this is crazy, bro. I love this. I love this energy. Like, it's wild. You would do anything for the mermaid if she asked it. Well, almost anything. So frantic are you in your attempt to once again make the mermaid's acquaintance that you nearly fall. It's a good thing you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing. Otherwise, this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way to the shore, then approach the jagged outcrop of rock, whereat you last saw the mermaid. Like the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn about her shoulders. When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing, and her eyes light up. Or at least they seem to. So you have returned to me, my hero, the mermaid says, and then lightly she giggles. Or perhaps I should say heroine. Her praise makes you blush. You do not feel worthy of it. Nobody has ever called you a heroine before. You do not even think of yourself as a heroine. If a story were made about you, you rather think that you would be a supporting character, one without her own voice. You are not interesting enough. The mermaid seems to think that you are, though. She's staring at you delightedly, as as though you are the one person in the world she most wishes to speak to. The thought makes you tremble, but not as much as the mermaid's gaze. Hi Neko, welcome in and thank you for the hydrate redeem. I can always use a good hydrate redeem when I am playing virtual novels. I appreciate you. Happy Valentine's Day. I hope you're having a nice day so far. You tell the mermaid that you do not think you are so very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh. I think you are. I saw the way you scaled those cliffs. I thought that was very heroic. I'm doing good today. I was feeling a little down and a little sad because it's Valentine's Day and I'm all alone at home right now. But, you know, I came here to hang out with you guys and play some cute, spooky virtual novels, and I'm feeling so much better already. And I have all of these Valentines right here. I have you guys. So we can be each other's Valentine today. I'm sending you guys hugs and virtual chocolates and some roses or whatever your favorite flower is. I really like Lily of the Valley. I think that's probably one of my favorite flowers. I also like forget-me-nots, and I really like white roses and daisies. I like flowers. I think I just like flowers. I think they're just pretty. I'm alone too, but that won't stop me from giving support. Yes, it's on this day we must support each other. Also, I think something really beautiful about Valentine's Day is that like you don't really like need to have a partner or anything to appreciate it. Like I love showing my friends like love, you know, because I'm like I love my friends and I love my family, so I'm like they are just as important to show that you love and appreciate as much as like any type of partner could be. So happy Valentine's Day from your number one Valentine, Keeper's mom. Oh my god, you guys are so sweet to me. You guys are my number one Valentines too. Mwah. I appreciate you guys. Oh, so she saw that, did she? Then, did she see how you slipped down the cliffs, grazing your palms in the process, and how you nearly fell? Oh goodness, kiss PC Cat. He has been sitting with me this entire time, so I got you. Let me grab him. He's chilling in a sunspot, and he is not pleased that I'm picking him up right now. PC Cat does love his little kisses, though. Lots of kisses to PC Cat from you, Melis. Thank you for the PC Cat kiss redeem. He appreciates your kisses. You have never been the most graceful of girls, but to have your failings exposed before being as poised and as perfect as the mermaid, it stings a little bit. More, in fact, that the resultant grazes on your palms. Okay, I understand. It stings a little bit more, in fact, than the resultant grazes on your palms that your clumsiness. Okay, man. Sometimes I can't read. Sometimes my reading comprehension is so bad. Tell the mermaid that there was nothing so very heroic about all of that. You were simply excited, that's all, to see her again. Kisses ASMR, yes. I got you guys. Kisses for you guys. PC Cat gets kisses, and you guys get kisses. You weren't thinking, well, that makes two of us. I was excited to see you again. She was? Naturally. I had a very good time speaking to you last night. I had hoped that we might resume our correspondence. That is why I came to the rocks a bit earlier than usual. I was waiting for you. Did you hear my song? Yes, you reply, with a nod of your head. You heard it all the way in the abandoned cottage. It called out to you. That was the general idea. I was singing for you. She was? You do not think you are worthy of the mermaid's song, but if she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then... Well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There is nobody to hear me. That is a good point, you suppose. Shyly, you look back at the mermaid. You thank her for her song. It was very beautiful. Then tell her, before you can lose your nerve, they have prepared a present for her. Oh, have you really? You have. It is a small thing, nothing more than a silly trinket. But if it would not be too much of an imposition, then... With clumsy fingers, you reach into your pocket. For a few moments, you fret that your near fall down the cliff might have damaged the delicate chain nestled within it, but your worries are in vain. The chain is surprisingly sturdy, given it was made with only a few flowers, and it has held firm against the odds. You handle the chain with great care all the same, however, as you hold it out, presenting it for the mermaid's approbation. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned this chain. You thought that it would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when you first made it, but after looking at the mermaid, you have begun to reconsider. The mermaid's beauty is otherworldly, so much so it almost hurts to look at her. You have half a mind, as the seconds elapse, to snatch her silly, wholly unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she can judge you too harshly. But the mermaid's lips curve upward into a smile, and in a voice full of gratitude, it makes your heart throb. She says, "Oh my, did you make this for me?" "Well, yes," you reply, still feeling a little flustered. You saw these flowers earlier, when you went for a walk, and they made you think of her. The rhymes here. Yeah, the dialogue is very poetic. There's sometimes where it rhymes a little bit, and it's just the way it's written has a very poetic feel to it. I like it a lot. Not, you hasten to add, that you think her beauty is comparable to these flowers. They are far inferior when contrasted with her good looks. You simply thought... You are unable to get the rest of the sentence out, however, because the mermaid interrupts you. Not rudely, but with something resembling compassion. Perhaps she pities you. She must be able to hear how your voice is trembling. Can she also see the way your hands tremor? Oh dear. Faint heart never won the hand of a fair maiden, you know. What happened to all your confidence? I think that your gift is a wonderful one. I did not expect it, but it's really pretty. You look at your feet, too shyly to meet the mermaid's gaze. Then you say, very quietly, that you are glad she thinks so, but she does not need to spare your ego. You have precious little of it left as it is. The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be self-conscious, because she smiles. I'm not simply saying things to spare your ego. I am not like that. Humans might spout platitudes as easy as they breathe air, but I do not compliment others unless I truly mean it. Is that not the point of speech? To have an honest dialogue with one another? If one party in a conversation is withholding their true intentions, then conversation is impossible. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is so very limited. Oh, you blush at this, more deeply still, and survey the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. Then, she really does like it? Did I not just say that? You humans are so very funny. What with all your second-hand guessing? She was like that too in the beginning. She? friend. The mermaid's answer is a simple one, but it makes your stomach clench regardless. Ah, yes, her friend. How could you have forgotten about her? She used to make me gifts too, you know. Gifts like this one. She would pick flowers on the cliff over there, where I could not tread. The mermaid gestures with one hand to the cliffs, which tower above the shore, tall and imposing, as though to stab the sky above. And she would fashion them into crowns like this one, and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens, though. She was similarly shy when she first presented them to me. She did not seem to think very much of her handiwork. You and her are remarkably similar, really. There is no gull in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sails. Of course, the cowherd gave the mermaid gifts. Why would she not? The mermaid is beautiful. She is so very beautiful. Like a tutelary goddess. She seems to invite tribute simply by existing. Were you more religious? Or more irreligious, maybe? You might even consider worshipping her. Though, in essence, is that not what you were doing with your flower crown? How silly of you, to think that your idea was an original one. I might be accustomed to gifts, but it has been a long time since any human has bequeathed me with anything. This is a pleasant surprise. I am truly thankful for your kindness, dear one. The mermaid leans forward on her rock, so as to pluck the circle from your fingers. Her benevolent smile, all the while, is unwavering. And, now that I look at your gift more closely, I rather think it is of superior quality to the gifts my old friend once gave me. She is manipulating us, chat. She can tell that MC is obviously unbalanced, low self-esteem, has trauma, and she is like, don't mind if I do take advantage of this. Dude, like, we're gonna get eaten or something. Like, she's trying to, like, lure us into the water, bro. Oh my goodness. She's trying to eat our soul. Now this is enough to make you start. If the touch of the mermaid's fingers upon your own was not, could your silly gift really be better than those she once accepted? She can take me. No, literally. I'm like, look at her. She's a baddie. She can have me. I will willingly give up my soul. She can have it, you know? I don't need it. What am I using my soul for? Like, she could definitely use it more than I could, you know? I think so. My friend's trinkets were all rather clumsy in execution, though I cherished them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. They did not last for very long, though. Not when I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean. The waters soon run the fragile links between the flower stems asunder. Your diadem, however, seems more sturdy, but it is, by the same token, very delicate. You must be very good with your hands. Yeah, I'm super good with my hands. Yeah, I'm so good with my hands. Yeah, totally. No question there. I can do whatever you want with my hands, ma'am. Ma'am. Please, ma'am. Whatever you say. Yes, ma'am. You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past. Yeah, I was super good with my hands, guys, you know? It was MC's so good with, we're super, super good with our hands. Oh, thank you for the snack check redeem. Today's snack is a peanut butter cookie. Like, it's kind of like a peanut butter cookie sandwich, I guess. And I also have peaches. But I was already eating the cookie, so I'll finish that first. Thank you. Thank you for feeding me. I forget to feed myself when I'm playing games, so. Oh, PC Cat. PC Cat likes peanut butter. So, now he's trying to eat my snack. I'm the best with my hands. No question there, ma'am. I'm so good with my hands. You just tell me, you say the word, and I'll do whatever you desire with these hands, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ooh, fox purrs. I got you. Some fox purrs for you, Neko. It's kind of like an ASMR redeem type of thing. But I hope you guys like it. Most of you guys have said that you like it. Fox ASMR, yeah. Thank you. Viewers would like it, but I'm glad that you guys seem to like it so much. Yeah, fox purrs. In this universe, foxes purr. This kitsune, she purrs. We got snacks, we got purrs. We kissed PC Cat earlier. They've done all the things. Okay. You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, of your numerous failed attempts to thread your needle while the other girls giggled at you, and you blush. You think the mermaid's praise might be a touch too effusive. You tell the mermaid as much, but she only laughs. I do not think so. Now. The mermaid places your floral trinket upon her head, over her long fair hair, then surveys you in a manner which seems almost coquettish? What do you think? You think that the mermaid looks radiant, though that is less because of your gift and more because of her natural looks. And she giggles. You match my hair. Yes, you answer with a nod of your head. That is why you picked those flowers. She is all you have been able to think of. I'm glad that you have been thinking of me. I, in truth, have been thinking of you, though I did not wish to say as much. No? No, it would be embarrassing to confess how much I have been looking forward to our reunion, if you did not feel similarly. I do not care to pine for humans from afar. But if you care for me, as I do you, then it makes me feel less alone. You hasten to assure the mermaid, your face aflame. Do you ever stop blushing? Goodness gracious. That you do care for her, very much so. You have not known her for very long, but she has certainly made an impression on you. She is such an easy conversationalist. The time simply slips by when you are together. And it does not hurt, of course, that she is so pretty. I have heard it said, yes, that my looks are rather appealing. My old friend was similarly complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me when my form is so very graceful. Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison to my smooth, sleek tail. Blah. It must be so very depressing to lumber about on land as you do, living your days beneath the harsh sun and cool, unfeeling moon. Sometimes I rather think I pity you. But the surface is a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean. I will grant you that much. You agree with the mermaid, still feeling flushed, that there are some perks to having legs, an agreement which makes the mermaid giggle. I am certain there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I can. I presume you've never tried it? You shake your head no. You had never thought to do so, largely because you You have never been so close to the sea before, not in all of your life. You did not have much opportunity for nautical exploration in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere, then, save to the local church. It was quite a lonely existence. Well now, that is a pity. You were kind enough to give me a gift, fashioned from flowers which grow where I cannot reach them. So perhaps I ought to return the favor. The favor? Yes, that's right. It would seem only fitting that I give you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. Perhaps we could look at it as a form of cultural exchange. Oh no, you protest, your eyes wide. You couldn't possibly put such a burden upon her. You did not give her a gift, after all, because you wanted to receive anything in return. Anything other than her friendship, that is. Her conversation is more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need any physical presence on top of that. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysaying. She raises one eyebrow. Even this gesture is performed elegantly, then says, "If my company is all it takes to satisfy you, then you are easy to please indeed. But please do not rebuff me. I am offering because I wish to do this. Remember what I said. Do not say things for the sake of it." "Well," you murmur, "if she really doesn't mind." "Of course I do not mind. Now wait there. I will not be very long. It would be rude to abandon my new friend in the midst of a conversation." The mermaid turns her attention towards the clear mirror-like water which shimmers beneath the moonlight. Then she dives. Her body arches elegantly through the air, her long, slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with nary a ripple. The mermaid's face is first submerged, then her torso, and at long last her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her, as though it has been waiting for her. It subsumes her. It swallows her. Then she disappears from view. The mermaid is gone, but you are still there. Well, now what are you to do? There is nothing that can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several moments, watching the black water lap against the shore. The breeze howls mournfully, like a wounded animal, as it buffers your hair about your face, and your torn skirt around your legs. "PC Cat, stop trying to eat my food!" PC Cat is so naughty, you guys. I'm gonna see if I can get him to sit down. Come here. Come, my child, sit. Stop getting into stuff. Sit down. Stop getting into my things. PC Cat, sit down. Well, now he's just standing on my lap, but hopefully he'll sit in a second. Time elapses, but how much of it, while you stand there, fretfully, feeling as ostentatious as a maypole? When will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You are starting to worry. Is that all you do? When? Look, over there, by the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat, the water is rippling. It looks as though your new friend has returned. The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks, using a surprising amount of upper body strength, and smiles at you. I apologize for the wait. I hope it did not make you worry. You were worrying, but you are not half so honest as the mermaid. Mermaids might be spoken of as devious tricksters who lure sailors to their depths, but they are, in actuality, very sincere. They are much more sincere than most humans. Perhaps that's why your kind fears them so. There are few creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell the mermaid that you are not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile. I'm not so sure about that. The mermaid is wiler than you are giving her credit for. She has seen straight through you. But no matter, it took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve for you a gift. I do not have the means to turn this into a pretty piece of jewelry, as you did with the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless. Oh, she gave us a seashell. Oh, what a pretty gift it is. The ocean might be dark and deep, cold and unfeeling, but the same cannot be said for the object which glitters upon the mermaid's palm. She has fished from the depths of the water a beautiful shell, one which shimmers prismatic colors beneath the moon's light, much like the scales on her tail. The shell is so very pretty, it quite takes your breath away. You look at the shell, worriedly, your teeth biting your lower lip. That's a bad habit, you know. You'll make yourself bleed. And then ask the mermaid if this is really all right. Would a gift like this not be wasted on you? Of course not. I want you to have this shell because it makes me think of you. It does? How so? I thought it should be obvious. The shell is a lovely find. As are you. Oh. Did she just call you lovely? Y'all, she just called us lovely. Surely, you must have misheard her. You can scarcely believe it. It is an awful lot for you to take in. But, now, why are you gaping at me like that? The wind will change, you know, and then your face will be stuck like that, which would be quite the shame. You would waste your good looks, which for a maiden such as yourself would be nothing short of a tragedy. It seems as though the mermaid really does think you are pretty after all. The mermaid with her smooth skin and her fair... How could she call you pretty when her looks are so immediately obviously superior? Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words, to tell her that you are not that pretty, not really, but you fear that might look rude. You do not want to rebuff the mermaid's well wishes. There's nothing for it then, but to take the shell which the mermaid retrieved from the ocean depths for you. You do not think that you are worthy of it, but neither do you want to refuse it. Now that's a surprise, the mermaid says amused, as you reach for the shell. I did not think you would be bold enough to take it, not without more coaxing on my part. You have exceeded my expectations. What a good girl you are. Your heart flutters with this praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling fingers brush against the mermaid's palm. She presses the shell into your skin, and your own fingers tighten about it. The shell is sharp and pointed, and it digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts, but there is pleasure in the pain. This, too, feels like a gift from the mermaid. You do not want to spurn it. Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by one whom you care for. You never knew that before. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating in a regular rhythm, and look at the mermaid. Still unpacking, but I wanted to say hi, happy Valentines. Hi, BD, happy Valentine's, bestie. How are you today? Happy Valentine's. We are playing, No, your badge is good. Yeah, you're good. Oh, you want your first badge? Yeah. But yes, thank you for stopping in. Happy Valentine's. We're playing some dark romance virtual novels today. I'm waiting for this to get extra dark because we are playing this game has some warnings on it, so I know it's gonna get darker than it is right now. Like, it's kind of like a horror embellished romance virtual novel. The art style is very pretty. I like it a lot too. Oh, it's okay. I know you can't come by all the time. It doesn't bother me. I know people have lives and you're a busy person. Horror, my beloved. Yeah, I know. I'm like, what can I do for Valentine's Day that kind of like fits my vibe? And I was like, let's just do like horror romance at the same time. Right now, we're in a really sweet, cute moment, but I'm like, it's very like dark stuff is looming around the corner. Like I can sense it. We are currently like MC is kind of like this. She was running away from something at the beginning of the game, and we don't know what it was. But she was like running for her life, and then she comes across this area right here with the mermaid, and has been staying around this area, and it's like total like MC has like clearly has some sort of like trauma of some sort. MC a lot, and I'm like, bro, this feels manipulative, and something bad is gonna happen for sure. But that's kind of what's happened so far in this game. It's quite alright. It seems only fair after you shared part of your world with me. I wish to share part of my world with you, too. Humans cannot normally descend beneath the ocean's depths, and eat for very long. You are far too fragile. Would that I could, I would bring you with me to my underwater kingdom, where we might be together. The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling I know that's kind of like a version of melancholy, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Melancholia? I guess. She sighs. Then she shakes her head and smiles. But this will have to do for the present. Please take good care of that shell. Look at it from time to time and think of me. That would make me very happy indeed. The days pass following this nightly encounter with your aquatic acquaintance, with an almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight as best as you can by going for long bracing walks amidst the heather, foraging for berries and fruits among the hedgerows. Hedgerows? Yeah. You even, when you have mustered up enough courage, take an old fishing line, uncovered in the fisherman's cottage, and try your luck by the shore. Your initial attempts at angling are without success, but as the time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. Some time after you take up your rod, you find you are able to catch the odd fish here and there. Small, scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes a ways to bolstering your rudimentary diet. Cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes you skewer these fish, innards and all. You are able to sustain yourself well enough during the day, though the faint pains of hunger you experience never quite go away. Hey A-Fox, welcome, welcome. Happy Valentine's Day! I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the Hydrate Redeem. We are playing some dark romance virtual novels today. Double Hydrate, oh my goodness. Thank you. How was work? Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary when compared to your desire to visit the mermaid. And when she does, you hurry to her side. You have never before had anybody who took so great an interest in you, not until you met the mermaid. That is why she has grown to mean so very much to you. She is the first friend you ever had. But if you do not temper your obsession accordingly, I fear she may very well be your last. You care little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You want only to show the mermaid how much you value her, and you hope, within time, that she will come to value you too. If you keep seeing her, surely she will stop thinking of her human friend, whom she lost so suddenly. That is your plan, at least. Fortunately, Your self-serving wish to grow closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. Your nightly conversations, when you greet her, come easily enough, the words tumbling from your mouth like thread. You have grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she yours. She must have, for it's not long after you bequeath your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you, then posits a curious question. I was wondering, dear one, whether you would mind indulging me. I know this might not seem like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to ask. I have seen some of your world, for I have sat on this shore for many, many nights hence, but you have seen nothing of mine. Oh god, here it goes, you guys. I feel like we're about to get got. It seems unfair that I should know some of the world that you inhabit, while you know so little of my own. So, would you care to come with me beneath the ocean's waves? Bro, we're gonna drown! I can't believe she put this much effort into luring us. She could have just grabbed us. Maybe we have to come willingly. There is much that I wish to show you. Sights that cannot, I fear, be accurately represented in language alone. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to the communication of experiences such as this. Whatever you want, pretty mermaid, take me away. And you're so real. Yes, drown me, eat me, suck out my soul, whatever. It is quite the florid speech, but at the heart of it beats a simple enough request. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean's surface so that she might show you her home. You are flattered initially that the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal. But after this flutter of flattery, there comes an uncomfortable sense of unease. The mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surface, but what of you? You are a human girl with two awkward, ungainly legs, and you were not made to live under the sea. You frown, and mistrustfully you look at the ocean. It is late at night, as it always is when you speak to the mermaid, and the water does not look blue. It appears instead to be obsidian. The waves moan as they break against the rocks, which jut out of the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry, violent almost. Salty sea spray arcs through the air, caught in the moonlight. It shimmers, sharp as knives. Hesitantly, you take a step back. You are a little afraid of the sea. It is so restless, so deep, and so all-consuming, it reminds you of a hungry monster. You have never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before. You never had the opportunity. You do not even know how to swim. Oh, this is gonna end poorly. You are fearful for your own safety. Should you consent to dive beneath the undulating meniscus of the water, but do not look so frightened, dear one. I will be with you, and I will not let you go. You have my word. Shyly, you glance at the mermaid. She is still perched upon her rock, her hands folded neatly upon her. Well, she does not have a lap, not really. You are still afraid, but the mermaid's reassurance does help. Has she not told you numerous times that she is nothing if not honest? I don't trust her. But you know what? It's okay. If she drowns us, she drowns us. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at her. She can drown me if she wants to. You trust her not to break your word. She will not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate, to become the food of so many fish. Of that you are certain. That is why, despite all of your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. that is what she wants, then you will accompany her. What a hell of a way to die, dude, I know. We're about to get drowned and eaten. I feel like she's gonna eat us. You are interested, too, in what lies beneath the ocean's surface, out of sight. Oh, I knew you would agree. Thank you so much for humoring me. I will endeavor to make these next few moments the most memorable you ever experienced. Yeah, because they're gonna be our last. Now, would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. The ocean's depths might be dark, but I will not let you get away from me, I promise. See, okay. See, that sounds threatening. You will never get away from me. I won't let you get away from me, like, bro. The mermaid extends her hand towards you, a hand which seems to cut through the moonlight, just like a blade. The moon's celestial rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm, so that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair, too, is glowing, backlit by Celine's glow, so that she almost looks like an angel. Her beauty is such that, for a few moments, you cannot do anything, neither step towards her, nor back away. You feel frozen in place, rooted into the sand, like some shore-growing tree. You still do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage does occur to you. You ought not look a gift horse in the mouth, or ignore the pleas of a graceful, dignified... Oh, I didn't mean to hit the button. Oh, is there a log? Dignified mermaid. You reach out, your arms shaking like the tiny bough of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hand within your own. The mermaid's fingers curl about your own, her nails. Now only you notice how sharp they are. Though the mermaid herself looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. You do not think, if she willed it, you would be able to get away from her. But why would you want to? She does not mean you any harm. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Oh no. Now, let us be on our way. There is much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show it to you. Bro, how are we gonna breathe? Like, we have not thought this through. Like, MC, I don't know if you are aware of this, but you can't breathe underwater. Like, you are going to drown. Siren song, yeah. But we have been seeing this mermaid for like several days, and like she could have just taken us at any old time. She like waited so long. But I feel like maybe it's because, yeah, we had to like go willingly or something. I don't know. But yeah, very much a siren song. We are totally about to drown. The mermaid turns towards the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, one during which you allow yourself to stand there, your hand claimed by the mermaid's, as the wind buffers your hair and your skirt. You inhale deeply. The smell of the salt is heavy in the back of your nostrils, so much so you can choke on it. It is not a particularly pleasant smell, but you have grown accustomed to it after living in your tumble-down cottage by the shore. It is nostalgic, almost. At least it's romantic, yeah. Share the air. I hope she shares the air with us, bro. Like, we're literally about to drown. You have a vague feeling, as you stand on the precipice between your world and that of your aquatic companions, that you might never be able to smell the salt in the air like this again. Yeah, dude, because you're about to die. Like, hello? That's just a silly superstition, though. You're being foolish. I don't know. I feel like that instinct, pretty spot on. The mermaid will return you back to the surface in due course, will she not? You hope that she will. mouth-to-mouth circulatory breathing. It could be because, I mean, mermaids, I would assume she's got like gills, and so she could probably filter oxygen out of the water and then breathe it into our mouth or something like that. But will she, is the question. Is she gonna do that, or is she just gonna let us drown? You, unlike her, cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth, meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact, but you are not afforded the opportunity to speak. Why did we wait this long to bring up the fact that we can't breathe underwater? Like, hello? It's like, we've already agreed to go, we're holding her hand, about to be pulled under the surface, and then it's like, at the last second, you're like, oh, also wait, I meant to tell you I can't breathe underwater, what are we gonna do about this? It's too late now. We're totally gonna drown, chat. The mermaid has already shifted her fingers, still twined about yours. She dives forward, her body slicing through the surface of the water like a knife, and you, inexplorably, are dragged along with her. Oh, we get to see MC! This is our first time seeing what MC looks like. She's cute! The water rushes forward to meet you in a sudden shocking rush. The mermaid's descent might be graceful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water as it touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You did not think that the water would be this cold. No, it's not just cold, it's freezing. It feels as though all the warmth has been snapped out of your skin. If your head was not already beneath the ocean's waves, you would have gasped from it. You do not gasp, however. You cannot. You have already been submerged. So graceful. Drowns. No, literally. Your body no longer feels as though it is your own. Your hair is unspooling behind you like thread, and your skirt is fluttering. Your body rocks to and fro as though being soothed in a mother's arms. It is a curious feeling, but it's not wholly unpleasant. If only it were not so cold down here beneath the ocean's depths, you might find it relaxing. It is dark under the surface of the water, yes, but you have not ventured so very far, not yet at least, that the glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are illuminated, though faintly, and thanks to this precious illumination, you can see the schools of fish swimming about you. Their scales all glisten as they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear instead, to your fairy tale-addled mind, to be ancient relics brought to life through some strange arcane sorcery. They are pretty. No, that word is not significant enough. They are beautiful. You did not know, as you stood upon the shore, how very full of life it was beneath the water's surface. You did not know either how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. You have never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories, vague hazy memories, of dissecting a fish once in a particularly gruesome biology lesson. But that feels like a very long time ago now. You would far rather think on your present than dwell upon the past. But the seconds pass, and as they do, the mermaid continues to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. While once you were close enough to the surface that the moon's light could slice through the waves, now it is so very dark you can scarcely see. Your vision is beginning to blur, and you can feel an uncomfortable pressure weighing down on your inert body. Dude, we might get crushed by water pressure before we can even drown. Like, how deep is she taking us? The water, once cold, now feels freezing. It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh, as if to sap what little warmth you might still possess. You shiver, and when you do, you swear you can hear your teeth chattering, despite the water, which stops your ears. The water is stoppering up your nostrils. There is so much water down here at the bottom of the ocean. It is endless. A mermaid might be able to breathe underwater, but you are not so very fortunate. Your body is far less sophisticated than hers, and it requires oxygen, with which you furnish your body with continued strength, not salt water. The thought of trying to inhale the endless water which surrounds you makes you shudder. You would rather not attempt it. You do not have gills. When will the mermaid take you back to the surface? Surely she must know that you have fast begun to near your limit. You have been underwater for too long. It is too cold, and is so dark now. In any event, you cannot see much of anything. The joy you once felt during your underwater adventure has begun to dissipate, just like the last of the oxygen you still possess. It is time to return to the surface now, but how are you to communicate this to the mermaid? You cannot speak, and she is not looking at you. She is staring instead, fixedly, at something beyond your comprehension. Something far away, perhaps, in the underwater gloom that you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope this will signal to her that she has grown too carried away in her endeavors, that she ought to cut short your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, to your attempts to escape her. Her grip does not slacken, as you had hoped, from about your wrist. In fact, it is quite the opposite. It feels as though she is gripping you more tightly than she was, as if to prevent your escape. But why would she do that? You tap on the mermaid's shoulder to get her attention, a gesture which prompts her at long last to turn. Her fair hair billows about her, suspended in water like a shroud. Then she says, in that calm, measured, incredibly reasonable voice of hers, "Yes, dear one? What is it?" If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her, but allow that before she started to ask you questions. But your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. She smiles at you gently, delicately, then says, "I understand. Being underwater for so long must be beginning to take its toll. Do your lungs feel like iron? Are they heavy?" So she does understand your woes, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head empathetically, hoping that this will be enough to make your distress apparent, but... Yes, that will happen. It is a natural part, or so I have heard, of drowning. Not that I have ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I am incapable, you see, of meeting my demise in such a manner. Now, what was that? What could she mean? I mean, the mermaid answers, can she read minds? That this was a calculated act upon my part. Forgive me, dear one, but the moment you consented to sinking beneath the water with me, your fate was sealed. Your lungs will be flooded with water soon, I promise. In death you will look lovely, almost angelic. Is that not what you always wanted? You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is exactly that you want, but you think she is laboring under some severe misunderstandings. You would like to try and correct her. You do not want to die, but of course, you cannot open your mouth. What a pity. Well, at least it saves me the effort of transcribing your dying pleas. I doubt they would be particularly interesting. Our first meeting. She nursed with You might have liked to know that before you agreed to sink beneath the ocean's surface with her. I am only doing this because I have no choice. The other girl I liked, after all, the one whom I adored, disappeared. She went away, and I was never again afforded the opportunity to see her. You remind me of that girl, though you do not look much alike. You do not act very alike either. But you are both humans, who, despite your delicacies, have no shortage of determination. How your kind is able to live when your lifespan is so very short, and you are susceptible to so very many diseases, is a mystery to me. Though my lifespan far eclipses your own, and I am far sturdier, I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that, if I were as fragile as you are, I would not be able to exist in this world. I would be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner, just as you can see your own death looming before you. It is not so very far away now. You can feel it coming closer and closer, enclosing its cold, icy fingers around your throat. You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you, weak and pitiful though you are. She respects your tenacity so very much she wishes to extinguish it? That doesn't make very much sense. Perhaps my words are confusing you, but it makes perfect sense to me at least. My beloved cowherd left me. Do not know where she went or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know. I will never know. For many, many days, many, many nights, her disappearance tormented me. I could not help but wonder how it came about, but there were so many possibilities, I could not imagine all of them. This thought terrified me. It still does. That is why I'm going to take you to my underwater kingdom with me. There, we can be together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I will brush your hair, and I will dress you in the finest pearls found at the bottom of the seabed. It will be lovely, much, much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you might be able to eke out above the water. In my citadel, you will never be attacked by bandits, nor ravaged by disease. You will be quite safe, I promise. Quite safe, yes, and quite dead too, surely. Well, yes, that is the only unfortunate aspect of my plan. She considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune. The mermaid might be surprisingly cold after all. But perhaps you ought to have predicted this. She is part fish. Are fish not cold-blooded like lizards? You probably learned this at some point during biology class, but your lessons are beginning to feel very faint and far away now. Your body is beginning to fail you. You cannot take much more of this. It is a necessary sacrifice, though, if we are to be happy. I am doing this, you know, for both of our sakes. I do apologize for tricking you, but please try to understand. I really have been lonely. You would be more inclined to sympathize with her, perhaps, if your loneliness was not ushering in your inevitable demise. But you are too preoccupied with your dwindling reserves of oxygen to feel much in the way of anything for your captor. You can feel the pressure of the water against your eyes. They are beginning to ache. Perhaps you are crying, you do not know, but water masks much of your anguish. You have been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes. That is a remarkably long time to go without any air. Your vision is beginning to cloud. Your surroundings, already dark, look darker, still, unpleasant, and obscure, not at all like the paradise the mermaid promised you. The pain of being suffocated slowly is far stronger and far more oppressive than the sensation of the mermaid's hand wound tightly about your arm. Is there no escape for you? The prognosis, I'm sorry to say, is grim. Your fate, as the mermaid said, really was sealed the moment you met her, luxuriating on those rocks beneath the moonlight. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Alright, chat. I think we're a fighter. I think we should try to fight. It might not do anything, but it's worth a shot, right? Fight against your fate. Because I feel like, unless something crazy happens, if I select accept your fate, I'm just gonna die. Like, oh, I should have saved. Huh. I wonder if better than just dying, yeah. Okay, so what I can do is save here. Um, and then I should be able to hit the back button, right, when I load the file, so that I can select a different answer. Probably. Hopefully I can do that. That way we can see what happens with both things we try. I like that look on your face. It is a look full of determination. The self-same determination which first prompted me to take an interest in you. I can tell that you are not happy with this ending. You did not come all this way, after all, to drown. It is quite the indecorous demise, regardless of how many fine stones and shells the mermaid means to twine through your hair after your death. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, then I would be only too happy to indulge you. Just try not to get on the bad side, or good side, of any homicidal naiads this time. The drowning of fair maidens is something of a cliché. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Oh, okay. So, it just takes me back to my first choice. Okay. So where do we want to go now, y'all? Do we want to go to the village or the castle? The castle sounds fun. But the village might be like, I don't know. I'm leaning towards castle. What do you guys think? I like that this just loops me back to my very first choice, though. That's cool. It like gives me an opportunity to like really play the entire game and meet all of the cute girls. Let's go to the castle. So, you want to go to the castle? Castle? Yeah, castle. Alright. Once there... I don't know how to say that word. Once there's something put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome prince they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty barefoot peasants? It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. It is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so... mercenary? I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meanderings. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you have brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. Royals can be temperamental after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs, which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. You are little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. I feel like we read this part of the dialogue before. Your only hope as you continue to run is that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside this castle, you ponder, who will be kind and generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You are only guessing. Dude, this is what we did when we thought we were going to find a fisherman. And not only did we not find a fisherman, we found a really cute mermaid who tried to kill us. So, you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with a cavalier, the point still stands. Though royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need, this does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens, and princesses and princes, are just people at the end of the day. They are subject to the same caprices as all humans are. They can also be careless, and selfish, and inconsiderate. There is no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there's no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is this hope which keeps you going. What happened? Pretty much, I chose to fight it, and the narrator was like, oh, so you regret your decision? And it literally like looped me back to the first if I wanted to go to the shore, the village, or the castle. But it took away the option to say shore, so it gave me only 2 options this time. It gave me village and castle. So it kind of, it's almost as if it was just a dream, or we have like an unreliable narrator of some sort who can't separate reality from like daydreaming, and I can't tell for sure if all of that with the mermaid actually happened or if it's just like a crazy fever dream, because now we're back to kind of the beginning, and I chose the castle, so now we're going to the castle, and MC is kind of falling into the same pattern of, before she even gets there, daydreaming about who she might find, and she's like, I wonder if there will be a beautiful princess there, and she like describes the princess and her expectations of this fantasy princess that she expects to find there. And I have a feeling it's not going to go how she plans, once again. This game is very virtual novel. There's not very many choices in it, but it's good. I'm having a good time. I hope you guys like my reading voice, since I'm just doing a lot of reading for this game. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. Ay, Dios mío! No, literally, MC. She's crazy. She's just sad and lonely, you know? She was I like though that it seems like with each of these decisions that you make, you're gonna learn more about MC, because I feel like we learned a snippet about MC's past in like the last part of the game. Like, we learned that she went to some highbrow school, that's why she's wearing a uniform, and she wasn't very graceful, not very good at her studies, and was bullied a lot. But we still don't have an answer as to why she was being chased, what she was running from, or who she was running from, because it's definitely a who. But like why she's running from this person, and like, so I'm like interested to see if as we continue along, more of that will be revealed, or if it's gonna remain a mystery throughout the entire game. Okay, but really quick though, what if we save here and then we go back here and just see what would happen if we had picked accept your fate? I kind of want to know. I want to know if I get an ending. That is a bit of an anticlimactic answer at this juncture of your life story, but I suppose it will be remiss of me to lecture you too much. I am sure you are well aware of what terrible series of decisions you have made. There is no need for me to be Believer at the point. Belibor at the point. Yeah, okay, I don't know what that word means, but you know what? It's okay. That would be boorish, not to mention tedious. I'm rather tired of scolding you. So instead, I think I will content myself with loving you. What? You thought in your death the mermaid was the only one who would be able. I know I have said this before, but you really are naive. You cannot escape me, even if you're at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. Oh! Is the narrator, like, who we were running away from? Ooh, okay, we're getting a little bit more lore now. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. For um a little context, you guys, this game was part of a game jam that was literally like about yanderes. So like that's the theme here. We're dealing with like a yandere type character. Like this is like a yandere type romance game. So if we choose to die in that if we choose to die in this part, it seems like a little bit was revealed about our narrator. Our narrator who has been speaking to us the entire time, I'm starting to suspect is the same person that we're running away from. But I would still like to learn more about how this relationship came to be and how it came to be how it is and why we ended up what happened to cause us to have to run away. I'm curious. Oh man, now I want to know more. I have to know more. I hope we get answers. I hope it's not left open-ended. I like really want some answers. Have you played Find Love or Die Trying? I think I've heard of that game, but I've not played it. No. But I'm interested in it. If you want to like I will write it down, but you can also drop it in the games section of my Discord if you're in there. I'm not sure if you're in there, but I have like a channel in my Discord about games, and sometimes you guys will drop game suggestions in there for me. So if you wanted to do that, you are more than welcome. But yeah, this is like a yandere type theme game, so I was I'm expecting it at some point to get kind of like darker depending on what choices I make. Okay, now we are on our way to the castle. The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl, or orb, or crystal ball. Okay, so there's some, like, repeat dialogue. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. The castle is not at all dark, though. It's not all dark, though, okay? Not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within, in the narrow, slitted windows. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps, more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect, as you stand there, that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of King and Queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Begone with you. You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one. Or rather, they were, before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. Seems like we're getting more lore now about MC and what happened to her and what brought her to be where she is now. So yeah, I am interested in like learning more and more about her. Yes, that's my Discord server. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But, though you stand there, dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. PC can't sit down. What are you doing? What are you doing, stinky boy? He's readjusting. He got uncomfortable and has to change how he's sitting. He loves to sit in my lap when I play games like this because I like don't have to like have both of my hands on the desk at all times, so I can like pet him while I'm playing. Because with a virtual novel like this, I mostly am just like clicking through the dialogue, so like I'm like petting him at the same time. He loves when I play. He loves the attention. Lights might be on inside the castle, but there is nobody outside of its perimeter standing sentry. Now he's in my face. He also, I think he likes just hearing me talk. Because, like, sometimes if I'm just, like, quietly sitting in my house, PC Cat will kind of just, like, wander about and mind his business. But if I, like, I'm on the phone or, like, reading out loud like this, he suddenly becomes so much more interested in what I'm doing. And I feel like he's just curious because I'm talking. It's cute. It's like he wants to listen. He likes story time. Even though he doesn't understand because he got a little peanut brain. Tiny little peanut brain. There is nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates, which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior, are open, just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There is nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You have come so very far. It would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go. You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has long last begun to fail you. And then you step forward. You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthily and as secretive as a thief, then cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at a push of your palm, it swings inward. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, a sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should all have been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend a night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding, a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. Oh, I can hear the heartbeat in the audio. I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's kind of soft. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You are thankful for your good luck, but it does make you wonder. Where is everybody? Why is it almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared? Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound, which splits the silence. There is no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Your entry to the castle secured, you then take a step forward. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and with wild eyes, you glance about. You are standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone, which splits off to any number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there is a large, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that's the case, though, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage and cry out, addressing the empty hall in a timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. "Hello?" you say, your eyes wide. "Is anybody there?" Your voice echoes through the vast empty hall, but it is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you are too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first, on the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of eons past, memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways until at long last you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? Need to go, but let me tell you, I enjoy my time here a lot. Thank you, Neko. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Once again, happy Valentine's Day. I hope you have a wonderful time with your Valentines and, eat something yummy, stay hydrated, do something fun, take care of yourself. I'll see you later. Wonderful rest of your stream. Thanks. Thank you. I'll see you next time. Bye. The door is ajar and there's a jam. I'm seeing a theme here, Millis. Oh, thank you for the hydrate redeem, Neko. Thank you. Okay. The door is ajar, there is a jam. Yeah, there's definitely a little, I think there's a theme, a jar jam theme going on. Okay. Hang on. PC T-Cat got off of me, which means this is my one and only time to readjust before he comes back, because he's probably just going to get some food. And then he's gonna come sit on me again. Let me adjust. Shift my weight around a little bit. Since I can't do that once he sits on me again. Get some peanut butter. We got a PB&J. Jar, jam, and now we need peanut butter and we need some bread. And we got the whole shebang. Maybe our fairy tale princess will have some for us. That would suggest, then, that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be awaiting you in this room. And yeah, and maybe she'll have peanut butter, bro. Peanut butter to go with our jam. Oh my goodness. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then, you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It's a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. Is it the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath? It is the girl. She looks feisty in comparison to our mermaid girlfriend. Our mermaid girlfriend looked very kind of like nonchalant. This woman seems like powerful. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downward at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her, captures your attention. She is so striking that MC is just so gay. Like, MC is, like, too gay to function, bro. Like, MC is gay as hell. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath the bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. Creepy. If the girl is of similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. Why are we judging her, bro? Like, MC, listen. Some people just like playing with dolls, okay? Like, you don't have to be a kid to enjoy playing with dolls. Me glancing over at my bed and looking at the million plushies on my bed. I'm like, listen. You don't have to put an age on enjoying stuff, okay? You can enjoy stuff at any age. Sweats nervously. Listen. Don't judge her. You thought the girl pretty when you first observed her, sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she is looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you are mistaken. She's not just pretty. She's beautiful. So much so, it's breathtaking. Yeah, y'all. MC's just super gay. Like, MC sees pretty girl and MC, like, loses her mind. Like, MC cannot handle pretty women. And honestly, relatable. If I'm being completely honest. Like, it's not MC's fault. Like, women are just, like, they're so hot. Don't judge me, Scarlett. No. No. Not chat being mean to me again. I love having a million plushies on my bed. It makes my bed more comfortable. They're so soft and squishy. Right? Isn't she so cute? Okay. Is it just me, or is she kind of giving like Queen of Hearts type vibe, like with her look? I don't know. It's like the cut of the dress and like the color scheme, like how it is. It kind of like makes me think of a sort of Queen of Hearts sort of vibe. But no, MC is so real. MC's like, pretty girl, brain dead. Like, I'm brain dead now all of a sudden because pretty girl in front of me. Like, and it's so relatable. Like, I can't blame you, MC. I would do the same thing, probably, you know? She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong in this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a walking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of these things. This is very similar internal dialogue to when we first met the mermaid girl. Bowsette vibes, yeah, I can see that too. Yes, yeah. I see the Bowsette vibes because of the spikes and then like the hair, like the spikes. Because I have a friend who cosplays Bowsette, and it's like the earrings too, spiky earrings. I can see the Bowsette vibe that you see. See this cute girl turns into nervous puddle. Like, yes, I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, if, like, I am very afflicted by cute girls, and I don't trust people who aren't, because, like, cute girls, bro. Like, how? What more is there to life? But no, she is none of those things. The doll on her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who is holding it. She is so startlingly beautiful. She even puts man-made representations of feminine charm to shame. Damn, what a compliment. Wait, can we go back? Holy crap, like, bro, this is poetic as fuck. She is so startlingly beautiful that she puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. Like, bro, this creator is so good with words. Like, I just feel like this is such an insane compliment, and like, just like so otherworldly. Like, I feel like it really like emphasizes how MC like views this character. Like, I just feel like this is just so much a well-written sentence. Like, I like it a lot. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? I feel like this line was also said. I think this exact same line was said in the other route. I think there is a little bit of borrowed dialogue between the routes, but I kind of like that because it's like there's obviously a parallel draw to each one, and that's why I'm able to circle back and do each one. Because I'm assuming this is going to have a bad ending as well, and I will be able to play the third one after this one. And hopefully once we've played all three, it will kind of put the whole story together, is what I'm expecting. We'll finally get like all of the answers by the time we play all three. You are rather hopeless when it comes to them. Even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, It's not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I could forgive you for this rudeness. As to, can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh my god, look at her! Look at her cute little smile. She's like, hee hee! Oh, the girl says, in a voice that's surprisingly enough far less refined than her appearance. It's good to see you. I've been waiting. She's been waiting? For us? I gasp. Cute girl waiting for us. Oh my gosh. Look, I like her sprite moves a bit more than the mermaid sprite. So far, we've gotten a couple of different positions. She's so cute. Has she? That's news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you're unable to expel it to the ether. The girl is settling her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large, there is quite a lot of space, and then takes your hands in her own. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement, be my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you've finally arrived. I knew that you would. Happy. The girl's good mood is contagious. So much so, you find yourself being swept away in it. You are tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You have never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she's always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You are not a good enough actress, and, in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then, she says, her fingers sliding away from your own. Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant. So much so, your heart clenches. You do not know her. She is still a stranger, but you are struck, all of a sudden, with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. MC, bro, you need to have some self-confidence for real. The thought is devastating. Like, MC, I feel like MC's self-worth hinges so much on everyone else. MC, this is how you got yourself in this situation in the first place. Like, girly pop, get it together. You are Elastigirl. Pull yourself together. I feel like she's going to turn MC into a doll. Oh my gosh. Ooh, that's a good prediction. I wonder. You were not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid. But if that's what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. You come from a distant country, and you have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are, and you do not know who she is. What? You don't know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though that is no fault of her own. Why, you have spent so much time, you have spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you're a fugitive then, from another country? I see. I won't pry into your past then, but if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all. Or at least they should. Now, this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she is merely telling the truth. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of these foreign countries that you come from. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. Hehe. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure really to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Oh my god, guys, we found her. We found our princess. The gasp. Yes, that's right. I'm a princess. And one day I'll be queen, after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. She has such a different personality from our other love interest. It's like crazy. I like how much personality is put into the dialogue. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given that she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known, before you entered this chamber, that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps up your face. Why am I... A flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress, as you look to your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address, that you are very sorry for intruding upon her, and that you hope she can forgive you. Oh, it's all right. Think nothing of it. I don't mind really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here? You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You are not from this world at all. How wonderful. I'll look forward to picking your brain later. All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long. I hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any of the other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now that is quite curious. How could a household full of servants simply disappear? That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My lady's maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my, oh my gosh, my cooks and my large, oh my gosh, so many people. Hi Loot, welcome in, how are you? Happy Valentine's Day. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explain anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It's so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away? What of her parents, the king and the queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in this castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Glad to hear you're doing all right, Lutz. We are playing some dark romance virtual novel type games today for Valentine's. I was like, let me do something themed for the holiday. This game is like pretty much mostly virtual novel. There's a handful of choices. But mostly once you've made one choice, it's kind of just story, and then it will allow you to like make another choice to get more of the story. But it's been good so far, and really all you need to know is that MC was running for her life from something, like player character, and we don't know what it was. We know as a person of some sort, but we don't know why she was running away, but she was like running for her life from this person. And the different routes are like where you decide to run to. So now we have run to this castle, and we're interacting with this princess. And MC is very smitten by this princess. And before this, oh my gosh, hold on. There's a siren outside and it's loud. Yeah, it's been cool. Before this, we met a mermaid. And we fell in love with the mermaid the same way that we'll probably fall in love with this princess. But the mermaid tried to drown us in the end. She was like a mermaid, or like more like a siren, because she would like sing to us, and then eventually she pulled us under the water and tried to drown us. But then in the very end, we kind of get like a dialogue from the narrator that allows us to change our decision, and we're able to continue on with the game and try to meet another character. So now we are on like the second part of the game, and we're meeting this princess. Wee woo, dude. Yeah, I'm like, the sirens outside. Like, the road I live on is like semi-busy. So we get like emergency vehicles driving through. I'm like looking at getting a new microphone soon, but it's gonna be like a compression mic, so hopefully it will do a good job getting rid of the background noise that comes through the window. Girl's pretty, exactly. That's all you have to know about this game and this MC, is that the MC is a simp. MC is a simp through and through, and it's just like pretty girls, ooh woo. Okay, where were we? I was raised my life by servants. Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known. It's alright, you don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan, with an intelligent face distinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't, so they're hopeless at it really. They're so stony-lipped. You've no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty. I get so lonely here. Oh, they said something similar to the title. That's it, wrap it up. I think, what's the name? It gets so lonely. Yeah, this is like the name of the title. Oh my gosh, bro, we did it. We did it. That's it. That's a wrap. They said it. They said it. Anyway. Now, that is an interesting turn of phrase. Oh, right, because they said it in the other route, too. They, like, the mermaid also said it. Title drop. Wrap it up. That's a wrap. That's a wrap, everyone. We can go home. Rolls credits. But this is the second time they said it. I actually don't think I caught it the first time they said it. I wasn't paying enough attention. But this time I was like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. And in quotations too. Have you heard it before? I think we have. I think we have already heard it. I think the mermaid said it to us. You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew, in that curiously conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one. Ooh, and the same pet name, dear one. That's what the mermaid called us as well. It's starting to make me think more and more that this is all in our head. This isn't even happening. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announces, before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. Getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time after all. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does victuals? Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives, at long last, before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There is a malodorous scent, too, which hangs in the air, one of disguise and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Though, if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room in her abode. Now, here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned, like those of a loyal dog. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she is afraid that you will turn up your nose at her kindness. For a princess, she's awfully eager to please. This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, but when it comes to its contents, it's more than passable. It has a roof and 4 walls, and though it's cold, you fancy you will feel warmer once you've slipped beneath the bed sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatory, and neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share it with anyone else. There is only one bed in this room, and this bed belongs to you. You think that the peace and quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servant rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it, the last time I went up there. Not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day, and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd been sulking around, I don't think she would have been pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic, with all those empty beds. I didn't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid, which means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now, it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rattling on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming of a lady. Oh, actually, she says rabbiting. I wonder if that's a phrase that she uses on purpose. The housekeepers warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You were always scolded too, back at the conservatory, for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, the princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow, if you don't mind my careless prattle. I'm glad to see you seem to appreciate it, at least. Though I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All of my old maids did. The princess departs, and in her absence you take a seat upon the bed, your new bed. You cannot help but think this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you are still in the forest, running for your life among the tall imposing trees with their gnarled grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory, though. You are indoors, inside a castle no less, and you have been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense, I mean. But things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feels too weary to support you, and change into the night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you are too tired to care about that. You are too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then, you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. And lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You are so very tired. Your sleep is deep, dark, darker even than the furthest abyss of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. I like that the narrator refers to us as you humans, implying that the narrator is not a human. Though in this case, I rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they are not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a phenakitsoscope, were not conjured from within your mind. They were instead taken from your memories. You are not merely dreaming, you are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory, and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snuffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled, too, to find a seat, once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors, mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, many of them wealthier than you. Whether everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, when everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then, come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on the missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed, and they laughed, and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps, and the pinches. Once, during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blade of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. Jesus. This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp, and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam, all over your embroidery. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as whey, and she looked for a few moments as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with the scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time on its own, though it still left a scar, a white raised thing like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron, but it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But this seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. You feel disoriented when you awake, at long last, with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. You are lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and warped wooden floors. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory at a conservatoire, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. That definitely was a morbid dream, and definitely it was another memory, because the first memory that we had in the first part of the story was of like tripping and falling, and then there's like someone pretends to help us up and then pushes us into the fountain. Like that is what I remember of the first memory, and honestly that's kind of interesting that what happened to us in our first memory had to do with water, because at the very end we were drowned, and then this one has to do with like blood and like stabbing, so I wonder what's gonna happen to us, if it will be related to that at all. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods, trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though, because you are still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment, 2 garments actually, of black and white folded into a neat white square. What could that be? A maid's outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that's the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them here? Dress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain, white nightgown, setting it aside. This task is accomplished. You then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You are no longer a student. Not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one, with many, many rooms and many, many hallways to connect them, and for a brief while you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You are beginning to feel rather disoriented, when to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, then find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. Your memory does not fail you, until she's risen out of her own accord. But no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought instead to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the wan morning light. You can see now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view. How very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across her pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one that she was cassetting last night. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, but you do not suppose it matters all that much. It's time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too, and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs, and then turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you have learned anything from the conservatoire, save for the knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tact of fish, it is that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatoire, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very solemn of you, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Oh, defeated, the princess sighs. All right, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. I'm up. You don't need to nag me. Once you have roused the princess from her bed, you put her doll to one side. You set upon her toilet. You aid the princess in brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder, as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess, "Are you all right, dear one?" brings you back to your senses. You were rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought you had learned your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you finish with the princess's hair, and then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you. Askance. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that all right? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's all right. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You have never seen a naked woman before, except yourself. Even then, however, you have always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than it is strictly necessary. You have never much liked the way that you look. You make her a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to the side easily. It's all right. I might be a princess, but we're both people under all of our clothes. I doubt we look much different. You're not so sure about that. You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know, to look at her face, that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are. But she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands, and you begin to undo the buttons, which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up, with the front of her nightgown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder, to the windowsill and the sky above it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible, so you can make some progress undressing her again. The sight of all of this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you are able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown, despite your initial mishaps, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. Bro, we're having a whole gay panic moment for real, for real. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown. Her motions, once again, as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search hurriedly, worriedly for the princess's red dress. No, like, we're having some major, like, gay panic right now. We're like, oh god, naked woman in front of us. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prick on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily, as you search. The princess standing there, all the while, as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her day dress before you stripped her of her night one? What a fool you are! The princess, noting your panic, giggles and says, "Are you looking for my dress?" "Yes," you reply, your face flushed. "That is what you were doing." "I thought so. I did wonder before you started undressing me why you'd not asked where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind?" It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it. "My dress is in my armoire," the princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. Dude, like, we're struggling right now. Flushed and everything. That armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. MC's brain is mush, though, literally, like, MC is like... MC's like, naked woman, oh my god, I have to undress and redress her, oh god, I no longer know what to do, I can't see. Where are her clothes? Where are her clothes? Like, bro, obviously it's in the armoire. Hi, Ayumi. Yes. We are playing some dark romance virtual novels. I would say we're probably about a little more than halfway through this one. So I'll probably, once I finish this one, wrap it up, but it's gonna be a little while. We still have at least an hour worth of content left before we get to the end of this game. But happy Valentine's Day, Ayumi. I hope you're having a good day so far. I don't want to rush you, but it's rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It's just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, and then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing, once again, the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She is easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe. Ah, that's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing really, nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. And in any case, being complimented by someone so pretty is embarrassing. Aw, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I, when you've been so helpful? It's rude not to. And anyway, I think you're very pretty too. Oh my. Your face flushes from this, more deeply than ever before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really. What with all of this excessive blushing, that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. Oh my goodness. What if she is a vampire? I mean, look how spiky her dress is. I'm like, why would they even say that? It seems like foreshadowing. You are making yourself quite the easy target. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored being cooped up inside. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expensive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in mind of a crypt. With your acquiesces assured, the princess quits her chambers, her posture elegant, and her gait unhurried. She seems no but float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look, in the stark midday light, tall and imposing. Faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It's rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree, like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She instead looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses. Oh, how very pretty! Do you not think they're gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose. They make for a fine spectacle, in fact, a welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withering things, it is not so for these roses. They are a rich, bright red, just like blood. Their heads so full, they seem almost to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty in a sense, but there is something unsettling about them too, something almost obscene. It'd probably be the same way, not gonna lie. What, simping for the princess? And you're real for that. Give me 1 second, guys. I just realized how dark it is in here. The sun has set. I need to plug in my light. It got so dark. Spooky dark. Okay. Turn on our lights. Grab a protein bar. Huh. A couple weeks ago, another very cute trans girl complimented me, and she was handing me a receipt. I damn near forgot to take the things I paid for. You're so real. Dude, sometimes that gay panic is like if full on panic, dude. You're so real for that. One second, guys. I'm readjusting and eating a few bites of my protein bar. PC cat, stop! PC cat is scratching my chair. I have so many claw marks in my gamer chair because of him. But I'm like, I don't know. There's not much I can do about it. He's gonna keep scratching it, so. I've given up on making him stop. Like, there's already scratch marks, so. What's a few more gonna do? Hi, Stinky. What? And now he has come to stand in front of the monitor like an asshole, but hey, do not eat my snack. You sit down. PC cat. You either sit next to the window or you sit in my lap, but you're not eating my snack. No, sir. He's so misbehaved. It's because I let him. I don't scold him enough for being bad, and so he gets away with it, and now he just acts up all the time. You're so bad. You're naughty. Stop trying to eat my food. Okay. Roses. Wait, let me take a sip of coffee. I'm getting sleepy. I felt myself yawn. I'm like, let me drink some coffee so I don't get eepy. And clearly that's his snack that you're eating. Yes, El Gato. He's over here being crazy. This particular snack has chocolate in it, so it's definitely not for him. He's gonna get sick. He's so naughty, you guys. He's literally crazy. Stop, you're gonna get sick. I know, he's literally gonna make himself sick. Like, he's being so bad. And like, also, it's like chocolate, but it is a protein bar, so I'm like, I feel like cats shouldn't eat, like, obviously cats diets are mostly protein, but I feel like this sort of manufactured protein that I eat in these protein bars probably isn't good for him. And also, like, he's literally, you guys, he's literally so spoiled. Like, he's schmancy, freaking wet food. Like, and I give him treats all the time. Like, he's literally so spoiled, and here he comes trying to eat my food. Like, bro, you are so spoiled. Like, it will harm him, like, or it won't be bad for him. I will let him have some. I let him eat people's food, so it's, I only have myself to blame when he gets in my face and starts begging me for my snacks. So, I'm calling him misbehaved, but I'm like, so cute. I can't help it. He gives me that look, and I'm like, you can have whatever you want, I guess, because you're just that cute. I like the music in this part of the game. It's like soothing. The volume's still good for you guys, right? It's not too loud or too quiet or anything. Like, I feel like the volume has changed a little bit here and there throughout the game, so I just want to make sure it's still at a good level for you guys. Just let me know if you guys need me to change it at all. Okay, done eating my snack, drank some coffee, we're ready to go. It's good, okay, cool. sometimes it's hard to tell because sometimes how the volume translates through the stream to you guys is like different than how it sounds to me. So it's like to double check and make sure it's not too loud or too quiet on your end, since it's sometimes different. So I'm glad it's good. Okay. There's something unsettling about them too, something almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? Yeah, I think they're magical roses. What has been sustaining them? Witchcraft. Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers, which are struggling to grow within this garden? It is a fanciful thought, but... oh, they're simply divine. Looking at those roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flower. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of color. The princess reaches out so as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place among its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she's not. Who do you think she was? You? Oh my gosh, dude, the narrator is so mean sometimes. Who do you think she is? You? Clumsy ass bitch. Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served if you worried more about yourself. Like, goddamn, the narrator is so brutal. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then, the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now, let me see. I wonder what fate it has in store for me. She loves me. The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues with this childish incantation, all while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. The petals flutter about the princess, like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pinola. She loves me not. She loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little monstrous little game, the younger ones at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. That's 'cause we're gay as hell, bro. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that's a different matter altogether, isn't it? We like the ladies. Hee 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 hee. Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you. Bro! She loves us. Swoon. Naturally. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much, and indeed, part of you did. Me wanting a prince? Nah, nuh-uh, girly, that's right, no. Prince? Princess? Ding! Only princesses, okay, like, who needs a prince? I want a fair princess. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you're the funniest thing she's ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it's different with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you're already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my. The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles as, smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. That was quite the amusing diversion. But I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can't tell? You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose's stripped stem carefully to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do. It'll be fun. The princess retrieves a second red rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you, too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so determined you wouldn't want to hurt her. You wouldn't wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game will be the singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but we're about to stab our finger. I'm calling it right now. We are about to prick our finger on this rose. Oh no! You are clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. Yup. That's what I thought would happen. Maybe we do have a vampire in our midst. But already, the theme of blood, of injury, is being kind of like doubled down on from like our dream. Like our hand was injured in our dream, and now we've been injured again, and we're bleeding. The head of the rose may be pretty, but there is more to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too, a fact you are now being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your fingers, and you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your finger is stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding, the princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I hadn't suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you. And how is she going to do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket. Oh my god, guys, she's gonna put my finger in her mouth. She's gonna suck my blood. She's gonna put my finger. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. There's just so this one has a lot of foreshadowing. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones? How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude? Once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons, princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It's simply not done. That is what you always thought, but... Please, hold still. This might sting a bit. The princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white, slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she's handling a precious object, she raises your hand, her eyes affixed, all the while, on the beads of the startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. Yeah. Then she dips her head. She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh, which borders on sensuous, oh my god, you guys, this is kind of crazy. She slips her injured digit between her teeth. Why is it so sad? It's like, it's the way it's described. It's like sensuous. Like, bro, hello? Ah! So much for, oh my goodness. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but feels intimate regardless. Almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. Look at MC, she is so cute. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth around your skin and the wetness of it. Oh my god, this just... Tremolously? Am I saying that right? Tremulously? In a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what she's doing. Oh? The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Yes, you gathered as much, but... Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not, you say, that she's making you uncomfortable per se, but this is rather awkward, and you did not expect it, that's all. And is she not worried that this may be unhygienic? Unhygienic? The princess blinks. She is the very picture of innocence, which is funny really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wound with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my lady's maid to look after me then. How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this? Nikki! Hi! Welcome in. Happy Valentine's Day. How are you, my darling? We're having a very gay moment right now in this game. So you've come at the right time. It's very gay. No, the princess says, smiling mischievously, because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Now that was quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible. Though, this might help, perhaps. This might be to your benefit, perhaps. With some luck, yeah, all of your blood will flow to your face, rather than to your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Yes, I'm glad you're doing well. It is so gay, bro. This shit is gay as hell. We're having the gayest of gay moments right now. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep suckling, but she still is. You are not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It's making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you're sure she would not be... Oh my god, you guys! This is just like the "you're good with your hands" comment, bro. I'm like, this shit is sending me. Oh my gosh. Ooh. This shit's crazy. No, this is so crazy, bro. Oh god. Okay. I'm cool. I'm good. I'm cool. I know, you literally came at the perfect time. Ah! Bro, my heart is a flutter and no one is even sucking my finger. Oh my goodness. Woo! Happy Valentine's Day, you guys. Is that hot here, bro? No, it's like a little warm in here. Like, I think I need to take my blanket off all of a sudden. Oh! Okay. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings, though. It stings much, much more than any thorn or any rose ever could. Oh? The days pass following your misadventures in the rose garden in a relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash to the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so that you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There's no running to be had while you're working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there's no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have at long last begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatoire. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused, not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You have become quite besotted with her, but you are yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she chooses to make them known to you. Narrator Chan, please stop being so mean to me, bro. Listen, I'm sensitive. Okay? The narrator's so mean. You are in the princess's chambers later, perhaps, than you ought to be. Later, then, is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there is little save the light of the moon to alleviate it. That, and the fire which crackles in the grate. You have only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess, who is lying in her bed, and you bid her good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause. Wait, dear one, do not go. Not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Is she all right? Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts. And what, you ask, does she mean by that? Only that it's very cold and very dark. And it's very windy. Besides, I'm afraid there will be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for a walk. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded about the garden earlier, was gray and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes of the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone, and it is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier, by comparison, it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be all right, all alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? Stay the night! Stay the night! Stay the night! Stay the night! Oh no, you guys, there's only one bed! Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no, whatever will we do? It's a stormy night. It's so dark and cold. So dark and cold. And the princess is so lonely in her big room all by herself in her big bed. Whatever will we do about it, chat? You know it's silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be all right? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her. But still, you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it's your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased perhaps that you are taking the initiative. Bestie, I will take the initiative any day, okay? Let's make out a little bit or something. I feel like that could warm us up, you know? I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it's so very late. But would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me? Provided that you can, of course. This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course, you could read. Listen! I have to, like, oh, nar, like, I can't believe it. What a tragedy that we have to spend a longer amount of time in the princess's bedchambers. Oh, a tragedy. Tragedy. I can't even speak. Go to the village after this because we're in the castle. Because we did the shore and now we're doing the castle. And I think we're getting near the end of this part. Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course, you could read. You were a poor student in many aspects at the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Also, hi Immortal, welcome. Happy Valentine's Day. Reading books is all you have ever been any good at. Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. The princess's high praises make you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you assure her, is not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones, from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table, as thick as a mortuary slab. The book is so old, though. The bindings are weak. The pages brittle. The writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into those old stories. I'll do my best. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I will do my best. You wouldn't mind reading for me just for a brief while. Please, dear one. Oh, please. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, chef. Thank you, chef. The princess's requests seem a simple one, expressed sweetly. So much so, you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess, upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. And we're sitting on the bed with her, bro. Like, let's go. Only one bed, you guys. What crimes will we commit? Then you retrieve the leather-bound book, which is resting upon her bedside table, and spread it open. Not the only thing we're gonna spread open. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm done. I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forget you even heard that. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel in the heft of the book's main-fold pages the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Oh my god. Hee hee. Ho ho. Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess a tale of courtly love which accumulates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase, embossed upon the pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs, as though this tale has touched her very soul. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly, or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. She's trying to come on to us. We have to accept. Yes, ma'am. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to being your princess. I mean, you know, I actually have a rich father, if that makes a difference. You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. Oh, proper schmopper, okay? Like, listen, who needs proper anyway? Like, we can be lovers, alright? The storm outside is still squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says, "And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of property?" You're so right! Yes, ma'am! You're so right! She's so right. Guys, she's so right. The lady boner wants what it wants. Exactly. Well, of course, you reply. But for a princess to marry a scullery maid... You're still hung up about that? The princess titters. Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself. Uh-huh. As if anything like that would ever happen. When there's no priest around who would officiate it. Oh, that's all we need is a priest? Okay, let's go into town. Listen, where's the nearest town? Let's go into town. We can find one. Don't worry. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does not present a good point. Though she does present a good point, okay. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find someone that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, the princess says. But I'm not sleepy yet. And it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You would not mind, you reply, but it's getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. No, let's just have a sleepover. Like a cute girl slumber party. Like, come on. It'll be fine. We can, like, paint our nails and, like, brush each other's hair, and it'll be super cute. I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one more story to me? Just one. You can choose a short one. I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but, as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she's a princess, though that is, of course, part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. Wow. The way MC has been describing, like, every word that she's used to describe the princess has just been so crazy. Like, bro. They're in love. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story, recounted in this aged compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut your own tongue. Bro, okay, listen, but none of these stories have had good endings so far, so, like, don't say that so quickly because it might happen. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last. Impossible adventures accumulating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5, and even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. She just doesn't want us to leave. She wants us to stay. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it, her only request that of more. If she were less completely, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so, when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand, without considering the ramifications. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big empty bed. Ugh. Bro, she's literally inviting us to sleep over. Like, come on. I know. The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? There we go. Finally. I'm like, bro, you have to ask because MC does not know how to take a hint. Like, you have to be the one to like be like, hey, I want you to sleep in the same bed as me. Like, come on. Oh dear. What's gonna happen, y'all? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. Damn! Okay. Well, I mean, you didn't have to say it like that. Like, jeez. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? Yes. I mean, if that is the question she truly means to ask, then it's easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. But would it really be all right for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic, such as yourself, to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She is waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be? The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me after all? Okay, this phrasing is crazy, bro. I'm like, are we talking about sleeping or are we talking about sleeping? You know what I'm saying? The sorrow presents in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come, join me, come. And that is what you do. After returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She's already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, waiting for your return, as though you are a knight errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh, no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I'm but a mere servant, after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says, but I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes things more fun. Bruh, she getting kinky with us. Hello? Not the role reversal. We doing some role play? Princess maid role play swap? You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, and then rebutton them, so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. Now, come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm. Coyly, the princess smiles. And so am I, brother! Ah! You feel warm yourself as you slide into bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle's grounds. Oh, I hear the dude, I know! I'm like, bro! Do you hear that heartbeat sound? All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she is having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There, the princess exclaims, once your body is lying beside hers. That's much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one? You swallow, and, with a shaky voice, you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You're quite cozy indeed. Very good. The storm may be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know, when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but... The princess reaches out and takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe. So I want to make you feel safe too. Bro! This is the gayest shit ever! Ah! Ah! I'll take very, very good care of you. I promise. You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic? In a way, the princess replies, after pause, but you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of the job description. Oh, thank you for the unshrimp, Scarlet. I was definitely not sitting with good posture. Don't tell BD. I don't know if BD is still here. My posture was not great in this moment. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the care package. She says, hee hee. You were unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor, or an astrophysicist, or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this, sleepily, and she laughs. Tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You have been working hard for a long time. You've been running for even longer. But now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop. Your body... They used this word before. I have literally no idea how to say this word. Beleaguered? Beleaguered? Maybe. By a sudden, all-consuming fatigue. And, in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets about you, and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all the ills of the world. I don't like how quiet it is. Like, the music's gone. What's about to happen? When you're with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and... yes, you even feel loved. We deserve to feel loved, bro. We've been through a lot. Oh, no! it, uh, it is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. We do. Okay, not just MC, but me and all of chat. We definitely all deserve to feel loved. I love you guys. So, at the very least, you have my love. Oh man, something bad's gonna happen. I hear some ominous background noise. You know that something is wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Oh! What's happening? Why are we in like a dungeon? Hello? Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you're certain that when you fell asleep, it was in a bed, a nice warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. Aww. Love you guys. There's just all of this love going around. My love is the best. Oh, you guys are too sweet. You guys are too sweet. I'm giving you hugs. I wish I could literally just reach to the monitor and hold all of you. You're like my little babies. I love you guys. I need to get a little art commissioned of me just holding you guys. Oh dear. Of course, something horrible is going to happen now, though. At least we got one night where we got to cuddle with our cute little princess before whatever this shit is going down is about to happen, so. How did we get here? Let's find out. You're not lying in a bed right now, though. You're not, in fact, lying at all. Are we chained up somewhere? What the hell? How okay, how did we not... Like, did we get drugged? Like, how did we end up here? Scarlet, please. I thought that shit sent me. Not kinky, bro. I think we're going to die. There's skeletons. Oh my goodness. You guys are so silly. I fucking love you guys. Oh dear. You are instead... The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. MC is literally so cute though. Like, look at her. MC is the cutest. I think MC is cuter than the princess. Your feet, which are bare, are simply pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. As you say, as she's strung up. Okay, but like, look at her. She's just so cute. We haven't gotten too many, like, there's not that many CGs of MC, so we don't get to see her very often. So I'll take what I can get. They feel so frigid, you cannot help but tremble. What were the other storylines like? Okay, So we've only done one so far other than this one. And I'll make you guys wait for this. we just like how this one started, we're being pursued through the woods and by a person. Um, Not sure who it is, but it has kind of started to seem as though the person who is pursuing us through the woods is also the narrator. I think that's how it seems to me. Um, and we run the first choice that you're offered in this is that you can choose a place to run. So you can run to the shore, the village, or the castle. The first one I did was I ran to the shore. We meet like a mermaid there, and the mermaid kind of like charms us, and we become friends with her. But there's also like a little bit of like weirdness. There's like underlying jealousy and stuff like that. It's like, and it feels kind of tense the entire time because there was like someone before MC that the mermaid had feelings for, and MC would feel jealous of that person every time that person was brought up and whatnot. It was just kind of like an awkward, like, sort of relationship between the two of them. But MC was fully obsessed with this mermaid. Um, it had a more obsessive feel to it than her interest in the princess. Her interest in the princess feels a little bit more natural. Her obsession with the mermaid seemed a little bit more like unnatural, and I think it has to do with the fact that the mermaid was like a siren. Anyway, in the end, she drowns us. That's how the first one ended. So I was expecting nothing less from this one, but I'm wondering if one of the endings is like a happy ending. We'll find out, I guess, because we'll play the last one. They feel so frigid, you cannot help but tremble. Okay. You're trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. Looking like it's gonna be cannibalism here. Oh, maybe, since there's skeletons. Oh my gosh, and like, wait, you guys. So I don't know how many of you guys are like were here when I started this route, but she was like, apparently the castle used to have a bunch of servants, like it used to be like busy and bustling, whatever, whatever, and all of them just disappeared. But I'm looking at these skeletons a little closer, and I'm realizing that they're like all wearing like maid uniforms and shit. Or like that, this one's not wearing anything, but like these ones are wearing like maid uniforms. So, yeah. But like, why? And also, like, why then did the princess take such a long time to get to know us if this is all she wanted, you know? The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fall asleep, is a thing now of the past. You're standing instead, you realize, with a sharp start in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. Oh, the breathing sound. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in simple black and white outfits of servants which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor to tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. Ooh, creepy music. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulse, for you yourself are restrained. But even if you could, there would be no point. There's no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Okay, because the thing is, I'm like really curious as to like why this happened, because we did get a reason as to why the mermaid drowns us. The mermaid drowns us because her first, what I can only assume was a human lover, disappears not knowing what happened to her. So in the end, when she decides to drown MC, it's to keep her safe and beautiful always. Like, and her kind of like twisted idea of like of caring for her, she's like, I want to keep you always and always know where you are and keep you beautiful always. And the only way to do that is to like pull you underwater and keep you in my like little underwater cave. Like, so that was like the reasoning behind the mermaid drowning us. Because the mermaid was like, I guess, just as obsessed with us as we were of her. So this one I'm like wondering what the reasoning behind this is. Over there, you see a woman slumped. The front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There's a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped in some sort of burgundy goop which might once have been pale pink. There is another woman slumped beside the first, of a smaller stature. She is skinnier. Maybe she is not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age, or lack thereof, did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors, alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with even more wheals, and her face has been half smashed in. Jesus Christ, you guys! What is our fate going to be? Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Over there, you see a woman who is missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there, you see another who is missing her entire lower half. Jesus Christ, oh my God. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it's no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart. This too, glacial. It is obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There's little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrist more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, you know, performing a set action over and over again, hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps, one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now, that's an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No, evidently not. You're still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You're making enough noise to raise the dead down here in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you won't. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you've ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now. She's come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold and hospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light littling steps. It would seem like you've finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head, so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She's standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit, to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It's so bright and brilliant that, for a few moments, it hurts you to look at her. You should play. It's been fun. I'm excited to see what the last part is. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance, now it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you by your side until you awoke, but... Once again, the princess giggles, a light, airy giggle, which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place, after all, for a princess. It is horribly cold here and so very drab, and there's nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. That's a lot of teeth motifs for the outfit. Yeah, there's like, because this is the outfit that she's worn the whole time though. But yeah, definitely like lots of sharp. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. But then they would have gotten dirty, and that would have been a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and littling, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she'd meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you could, you would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You are completely powerless. The princess reaches out and places a hand on your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best as you can. But though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? Ah, you're such a good girl, the princess says, in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't have asked for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Why then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up. There's nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why yes, how very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this, naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done to all my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means... Naturally, I'll kill you. There it is again, that word which seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Naturally. There's nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It's natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die? Yes, exactly. There is a bit more to it than that, though. Oh, of course there is. I like you, dear one, the princess says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You have been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that, I will be eternally appreciative. You have been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see. I think this is ending in cannibalism. I think you guys are right. But then again, we were talking about like vampires and stuff, and like she like drank her blood earlier and shit. So yeah, we should have seen this coming. I should have seen this coming from a mile away. The princess's smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fever you have never before witnessed. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you. Oh my god. It's okay, yep. Well, of all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle. A giggle even lighter than meringue, and just as airy. It is just as inoffensive. I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't my said that too. Wanly, the princess sighs. Dude, the narrator loves this word. The game dev loves this word. I literally don't know what it means or how to say it. Every time, I forget how I said it the last time. Ballet. Nope, we're skipping it. Woe is me, sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you, at least, might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's why my nurse always used to say, at least, when she still had the breath to speak, of course. You look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes affixed to her face. She's still smiling, but there's something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps in your anxious state, you're only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile. It's easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She's not changed. It's only your perspective of her that has changed. Tumultuously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer. It's simple, really. Like I said, you were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here? The question had crossed your mind, yes. You're sure that the princess said her ministers sent them away, though? Was that a lie? I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them too. Did she now? You suppose you ought not be surprised, but you still shudder regardless. My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. So, I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeepers, and my cooks, and my large... Oh my gosh, there's so many things. ratoon of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. There it is, y'all. Does that follow? Not logically, no. What a response. Not logically, no, she says. Why, you ask the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude, unless you have any better ideas. I know, guys. Yeah, bro. We're about to get eaten. Yo, I thought that the mermaid was gonna eat us, but she just drowned us. But we're getting immortalized in so many ways, you know? The mermaid, she drowned us so that she could keep our body pristine forever. And the princess wants to eat us so that we'll eternally be a part of her. Wait, no, she has a point! No, wait, no, she has a point. I mean, it's a twisted way of thinking, but I have seen this line of thinking in fiction before. It's not like, this is not the first time I've like heard this sort of line of thinking in a piece of dark fiction before. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it's hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. I couldn't help to hear Kronk from the Emperor's Groove saying that. The nope, don't see it. The princess listens to your arguments, her expressions astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you're finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it's not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she's laughing. Oh, dear one, that's funny. But why should I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. That's a good point, but would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool, you know. No matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only, a monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the prince's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask, with your weary throat, which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That's simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconsistent, even to me, a monarch. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I have no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so to consume their flesh and blood. And I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You've been awfully nice to me. and you're very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this. But you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So, I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together forever and ever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft, silken hair brushing against your cheeks. Can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it ghosts against your skin. It's cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is, perverse though this might sound, something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really... The princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see, in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything in the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding, which passes between the pair of you, is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of the carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeon, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princess's could be romantic in a way, but this too comes with a swift, merciless close. Ah! I don't like that sound. No, the crunching sound. Oh god. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth sharp as needles are in your flesh. Get past this crunching sound. I don't want to hear it anymore. The princess is draining your blood. Ah! Vampire! She is supping on it in great greedy gobbets, like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it's causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant it borders upon monstrous. It's giving like Toga from My Hero Academia. It is a love you never thought that you would ever experience. This love of the princess's eclipses anything that you have ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. Yeah, Toga core, very Toga core. Reminds me of the Queen of a Thousand Teeth. I'm not sure who that is, but I'm sure you're right. I would personally, probably the nutritional problems. Yeah, so there is like if you, there's people have too much iron, so like you can get sick from eating people. If you eat all your servants, then you gotta do all the work. It's true. Yeah, but I don't think she's like obviously when MC was like looking around the dungeon, there were like still, it's like the pictures that we see here, you see skeletons, but like she was describing the people that she saw as like still having a lot of like flesh on their body and stuff like that. So like the princess is probably not like fully eating them, because that would be like way too much. Like she's probably just drinking some of the blood or eating like a part of them and then just like letting them rot in the dungeon. Like that's what I would assume is happening. You have always possessed a stubborn core nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanely sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then she tears out your throat. Damn, bro. Damn. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now is red. There's so much blood you can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It's so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you. What with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Yeah, she's not eating them for nutrients, she's eating them to be together. Yeah, it's not like she's like cooking them up and eating them. She's literally like trying to have a part of them be inside of her. Like she's like drinking their blood like raw and everything. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it's on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Okay. Save here. Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? So, let's accept it and get the ending, and then we'll fight against it. What, really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon, than being left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if that's what you want, then so be it. I don't mind indulging you. That is what I have always done, after all, from the moment we first met. I have dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood has mingled with that of the princess's. I am not going to relinquish my hold on you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side. Come, what will, fire or flood. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. That ended pretty similarly to the other one, where the narrator like kind of declares that like I'm assuming the narrator, I really feel like the narrator is who we're running away from, and she's like chasing us into these dead end things, but I'm like really interested to know if there's any sort of ending where we get to learn more about this person chasing us, this person who is narrating our like the horrors that are happening in our life. And I'm also just curious if it's real or not. Like, are we imagining this, or like is this a nightmare, like, or is it real, you know? That's a good answer. I must admit I like it. Yeah, and narrator likes it better when we choose to fight back. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry, keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You are destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Oh my god! Wait a minute. I'm like, I read this, and I'm like, wait a minute. I think this was a sexual innuendo. Anyway. Your fate is, once again, in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? I wonder if after I pick this one, because I can only assume, chat, that this is gonna end just as horribly as the first two. But I wonder if once you've done all of them, at the end, maybe you'll get a new, like, response, like a new thing to do, and it will be kind of like the epilogue where you finally kind of get all of the answers, like all the answers to all the questions that I've been asking while I've been playing this game. Damn, y'all. Buried alive. Oh dear. Well, no time like the present to find out, right? Yeah, we'll get to face the near. I want to get to the end of this. Like, I know this has kind of turned into a bit of a longer stream than I expected, but I did tell you guys I was gonna go a little bit later since I started later, so it's okay. Let's go to the village. But real quick, chat, I'm gonna go pee. Let me go pee. I also need to grab more water. But let's finish this. We're gonna finish it together. BRB, y'all. Back. You guys ready for the village? Let's see what the end of this game holds in store for us. I am curious as to how this will wrap up in the end. Alright, let me plug in my phone too, because she's dying. To monitor chat from my phone just in case it has an error, because every so often there's oh my gosh, what did I do? Every so often it doesn't work properly, so I like to make sure that I can see everything. So I use my phone. I use my phone to monitor everything. But okay. We got it. We're good, ready to go. So you want to go to the village? Yes, let's go. Good idea. Let's see what further trials await you there. This night is far from over, as much as you might wish it was, and there's still much more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs, which feel ready at a moment's notice to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions as you run, being delulu as all hell about whatever it is that awaits her in this village. This is the most delulu MC. Like, this MC is more delulu than K-pop stans, bro. And I know because I am one. Surely there will be a kindly peasant who will be willing to put up a young runaway for a few nights. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly peasant from fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She will be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with dull brown hair crammed beneath a cap. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows, but she will be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother. So, interesting that MC compared her idealized vision of the princess that she would find to a sister, and she's now comparing to this idealized version of whoever she may come across in this village as a mother figure. And I know not all of you guys were here for the first part, but she had imagined that she would find a kind old fisherman near the shore, and she compared him to a father figure. Like, there's lots of themes in this, like lots of like parallels that I'm seeing between each of the routes. But really, all of them, at the end of the day, all they're telling me is MC desperately needs to go to therapy. And also, MC like needs to stop relying on outside things for her happiness. Yeah. So yeah, Route 1, our idealized person was a father figure. Route 2, our idealized person was a sister figure. Route 3, our idealized person is a mother figure. And then Route 1 ended in being killed in order to be preserved. Route 2 ended in being killed in order to be closest to be really close to like the person who loved us. So I'm curious about where Route 3 is going to go. And in the first two, there was kind of like a hint about how it was going to end in a dream you have about your past. And part 1, we had a dream about being bullied at school, and while we were being bullied, we were like pushed into a fountain. And like then we get drowned. And then in Route 2, we're being bullied and our hand is like cut by a pair of scissors. So yeah, there are like kind of hints a little bit in these dreams, and then there's also some parallel themes with like MC replacing primary figures in her life with these sort of idealized people that she expects to come across. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm really I'm liking how this has been put together. It's obvious that there's been a lot of thought that's been put into like how this story has been crafted. And I'm really hoping that there will be some type of bit at the end where we get to interact with the narrator. I really, really hope that we get something like that at the end of the game. So fingers crossed. Okay. Let's go. Just like a mother. You do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. And we have a similar sort of thought like this too, where it's like we didn't know our father very well. He died when we were young, and we never had a sister. We never had a sister. So like, and we don't. So every time we're like creating this fantasy version of some form of caretaker or person that's gonna be close to us, without really having a basis other than fairy tales and fantasy for our idealized version of this person that we're trying to create in our heads. So yeah, MC is very interesting. I really like how MC is written. You're only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. That is all you can do, really. So, you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time has begun to lose all its meaning? They also say this line every route so far. Like every every chapter, I guess you could call them. The narrator talks about how time loses all of its meaning, which again makes me question as to whether these things are actually happening or if they are happening in our head. The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. Like, I feel like we're just still, this whole time, have been running through the forest or something, and we're just losing our mind. Like, that's how it feels. I feel like we'll get these sorts of answers at the end. I really hope, fingers crossed, we get those sorts of answers at the end of the game. It's still cold, though, and still foggy. It's still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the village, nestled among the hills like a diorama. Hope anew bubbles within you. You have finally made it. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village, up close, does not look half as welcoming as you had imagined. There are cottages, yes, but they are in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open. The kitchens beyond them even darker than the night sky which shrouds you. There are no lights on in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people, insomniacs like you, at them. You cannot hear anything either, beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low, mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quiet. Quite quiet. Eerily so. It is immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. Interesting, because I feel like this might even be the village that we could see from the shore. There was a period of time where we were at the shore, and above and past the cliffs, we mentioned being able to see a village, and the same path in the woods. They're probably near each other. So this may also be the same village that the princess in the castle would be residing over. Yeah, a plague. Yeah. I'm like, so probably the people in this village are dealing with a plague of some sort. If it's all connected like that, if it's like, if all three of these places are connected in that way, I feel like this will answer that if they talk about a plague. Because a plague is also mentioned in part 1, because the mermaid mentions that she fears one of the things that she fears could have potentially happened to her lover is that she died in a plague. So it's been mentioned twice now, so if it's mentioned a third time, we can very easily assume that this is all connected and they're all in the same place. You know before you try your luck at one of the houses that nobody will answer you. There will be no kindly red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing, regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door. Your efforts soon prove, however, to be in vain. There's nobody here to hear your entreaties. Gosh, sometimes I cannot read, bro. How very sad. You try another door, and then another, but the result is the same, regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There's nobody here. Once again, you've found yourself all alone. At least you have found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilize one of these cottages for your purpose? Nobody is here. You might as well. But no, an abandoned cottage is not what you're looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely, you swallow your tears. You wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion, and then inhale. You square your shoulders, and you keep on going. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here, at the very least, who can help you. That is what you are thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little to show for your determination, until you make yet another discovery. This village, with its squat thatched cottages bathed in the moon's glow, has a church. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once dwelt here were not godless heathens. And not that their faith did them all that much good in the end. Still, the sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You are focused on your fantasies of a kind washerwoman taking you in. You did not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. All hope is not lost. You approach the church, which seems to tower over you, despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, but it's stout and sturdy. It must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing, centennial, on this hill, like a relic from bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop and some of its sloping sides. The graves, which have been planted by generations of wardens, are hewn from a similar stone to that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like lozenges, while others are shaped like crosses. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though these are few and far between. There are very few people in a village such as this one who can afford such luxurious final resting places. You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting in your examination of the visceral, heart-rendering fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You are out of the woods now, and you have, subconsciously, already begun to relax. You try to read the names hewn into the myriad tombstones, but it is dark and you are tired, and some of these graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well. And I'm like, I can't read that shit neither. That is hard to see. Such superfluous details are not important. You eventually tire of examining the graves and turn. This graveyard is an expansive one, unusually so, given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? And there's much to explore. You walk about the perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here, then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense all-encompassing curiosity. And as you do, you see her. New girly, ready you guys? Girly reveal. Oh, she's cute. She looks like an ordinary girl, small and scrawny, just like yourself, but she's much, much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. For some moments, you observe her, hiding, all the while, in the shadows cast by the church, like a furtive lizard, clinging against a rocky edifice to shroud itself in the sun. There is no sunlight here, though. There's only the night sky, and the stars, and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the girl is clutching shimmers. It takes you a few moments to see what it is that the girl is clutching in her hands. It's not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It's a shovel. This girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard, late at night, and she's digging a grave. Well, you suppose she could always be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of a mere whimsy. It's hard for you to see her face, given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of her shovel into the earth over and over. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There is something hypnotic almost in the manner in which she attends this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? You get the feeling that she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hands, meanwhile, is rather hefty. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak with her shovel, looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You've come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. It is with this thought in your mind that you decide to approach the strange girl. Your footsteps are quiet. You've grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, but they are not quiet enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned, because she blinks. Then she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows. But now she looking at you, you can tell that she's pretty. Her skin is very smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her eyes, meanwhile, are a clear, cool blue, like ice. Those eyes of hers, which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong in this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. We've also said this exact line about every girl we've met so far. But no, she is none of those things. shovel she is clutching in her hands looks solid enough, its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst. But the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which once were gripping the handle of her shovel tightly, relax. Her lips curve upward at the edges. She's smiling. And what a smile it is. It's transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost. Hers is a smile that is so suffused with light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. Gay! You are so relieved, you almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you have wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. You have been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this, because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Dude, I know MC literally be like coming across these girls and it's just having like the most gay thoughts to ever gay in the entire world, and I'm like, MC is literally so real, bro. MC is like, I know that I was literally running for my life 10 minutes ago, but there's a cute girl in front of me now, and that's all that really matters. And MC is so real! So real. Then she says, in a rough voice which does not match her dainty appearance, well, she does live in a rural village. What were you expecting? Oh, it's good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive. The only one in the whole world. Now this is quite the effusive greeting. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She's rather more personable than her apparel would make one suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It is your turn now to be on your guard. Anxiously, you observe the girl with the shovel, and you ask her what she means. What happened? Oh, do you not know? There's an awful lot you do not know. So much, in fact, it would fill a whole encyclopedia. No, a whole library. You mustn't be from around these parts. I guess I should have known. This village is a small one, and everybody knows everybody else. The girl's expression falls. At least they used to. Back when there was still people to know. That ain't the case now, though. Not after the plague. And there we have it, folks. This is the village that the princess would have resided over had not everybody died from the plague. And I assume it's also the village that the mermaid's lover probably lived before the plague probably took her out as well. I wonder if this is the same girl. There was a plague? That would certainly explain why the village, when you walked through it, was so quiet. Did everybody else succumb to this mysterious illness? That's right, it's just me here now. First nuns, not gravediggers. We've just risen everybody who works for the church at this point. Hey Neo, welcome on in. This is my third girl I have attempted to riz this evening. But I'm not really rizzing them. They're rizzing me. And then they kill me. Maybe this one will be different. Who knows? We'll find out. Maybe she won't want to kill us. Who knows? That's right. It's just me here now. I've not seen another human being in a long, long time. It gets so lonely here. No, that's an interesting turn of phrase. Is it? It gets so lonely here, chat. It catches inside of your head like a bird. Have you heard it before? This is my third time. Yes, I've heard it before. Bro, I don't know if Elysian is still here, but there are some things in this game that remind me a lot of Fata Morgana. And I feel like, I don't know if he would agree with that sentiment, but, like, not directly, but there are just a couple of things that just give Fata Morgana vibes. You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the girl takes a step towards you. Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gone rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you were a traveler, yes? And your hands are very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and to drink? My home's small, I'm afraid, and my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'd be more than willing to share. I would prefer to live. Well, you know, I mean, we kind of lived in Little Goody Two-Shoes in that one ending, so this girl's dropping hints the size of Waffles. She already is trying to riz us, bro. She's out here trying to riz us so she can kill us. I'm sure. And already I'm like, bro, there was no plague. Somehow she is responsible for every single person in this village being dead. That's my prediction. For what purpose or why, I couldn't tell you, but that's my prediction. It's not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed. The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh, which does not match your initial impression of her. You thought when you saw her among the graves that she would be more distant somehow, and more mysterious. Perhaps you're mixing her up with somebody else. You're still unsure if you can trust this girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It's much more appealing, certainly, than spending the night outdoors in the cold kipping on the graves. What are you, a romantic poet? Please. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation, at the very least. You don't want to appear too eager, but your acquiescence is, alas, inevitability. Why would you even refuse her? She's the first friendly face you've seen all night. Without her, you would be all alone. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering sycamore. The girl's home is in such a state it seems folly to even call it a home. Hovel would to you be the more appropriate descriptor. But when your hostess leads you inside, her eyes alive, and she says, "Here we are, home sweet home." You don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homey or very sweet. That would be incredibly rude. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by wooden joists? And is perilously low. Not so much so that you are in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There's a fire in the corner, though. It is not consigned to a grate. The fire, instead, is blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot, suspended from one of the wooden eaves. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves: iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs, and strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour scent of unwashed bodies. How, you wonder, does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one. The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there is a roof over your head, and food to put in your belly. girl looks to the pot suspended over the fire, which she gives a stir with a ladle. Then, she brings the ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she has brewing within it. She sets the ladle down back into the pot, then looks to you and smiles. Cottagecore lesbian vibes are strong. Yes, we have found a new cottagecore lesbian to fall in love with, you guys. But this one has a dark side, unlike Freya. Also, we will be continuing our Little Goody Two Shoes adventures on Friday. We'll be finishing up Rizzing the Nun, and maybe we'll get around to Freya too, if we have time. But for now, we have this cute little cottagecore lesbian. Do you want something? It looks as though you've come quite the long way. You must be hungry. These words are like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of God's most loyal angels. You are so hungry you could eat a horse. Not that there are any horses in the immediate vicinity. You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response. I thought you'd like the sound of that. Give me just a few moments. Your hostess retrieves 2 earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges, into which she pours 2 hefty helpings of whatever it is she's cooking. This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon. It's not much, I'm afraid. It's only soup and bread. It should take the edge off your appetite, though. You thank your hostess for her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. The soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It is true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that people, when stranded upon desert islands, will resort to cannibalism? Bro, not the cannibalism again. We got lots of cannibalism mentions in this game. Humans are creatures of necessity. You like to wrap yourselves up in pretensions, but in actuality, you're not much better than animals. Yo, this is giving Songbirds and Snakes. I very recently read The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, and that's a very big theme in that book. Also, I highly recommend that book if you guys like the Hunger Games series. It was really, really good. I really enjoyed reading it. Just a quick recommendation. You are so hungry, your stomach is achingly empty, that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam, and soon you have consumed all that your hostess has offered you. Your hostess watches while you eat, and she giggles once you've finished. Did you enjoy that? Oh. You catch your hostess's gaze, suddenly abashed. You were so hungry, you failed to account for her judgment. Now you have some food in your belly, though, and you have been suitably warmed. Your old self-consciousness is returning. Did you not make a fool of yourself? You demur shyly, looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and for your fragile ego, your hostess is not the judgmental sort. She is not like the girls you grew up with. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food being appreciated so heartily. I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for a long while. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see? This remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your abashment over your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? It seems a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but didn't your hostess mention something about a plague? Yes, your hostess says, her voice soft now and serious. That's right, there was a plague. And what of the villagers? What of her father? They're all gone now. Gone? Yes. You see, your hostess rearranges herself upon her chair, one slender leg folded over the other. Then she begins her tale in earnest. My family has a history. We've lived here for centuries, by the church, so as we can attend to the graveyard. Ah, so this abode is centuries old then. It would certainly explain the dirt. My father used to prepare bodies for burial. Back when he was alive, he built the coffins, and he dug the graves, and he lowered the coffins into the dirt. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's got to do it. There's no sense in averting our eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us. It's a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father was a gravedigger, and so was my father's father's father. And my father's 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 father. Digging graves is in our blood. It's who we are. My. That was a surprisingly pretty speech coming from a girl who lives in the countryside. A girl who is without much in the way of education. It is apparent, just to listen to her, in the way that she slurs her syllables together, that she has never had any elocution lessons? Not like you. There is a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, which gives her a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. So, you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of gravediggers? Yes, your hostess, the gravedigger, says. That's about right. I thought I was never supposed to be a gravedigger myself. It's not a woman's profession. That's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that, though. He taught me everything he knew, and then some. I might be a woman, but I have plenty of upper body strength. I can dig a grave just as well as my father could, without breaking a sweat. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she was still alive, she'd rather I focus on more feminine pursuits, like basket weaving or sewing, or better attract a suitor. Upper body strength, you say? Gotta have that like raised eyebrow emote. Like, Not that that would do much good now. There's nobody around who'd court me, not for miles and miles. And what happened to her mother? She died when I was very young, during childbirth. I was only 5 years old. So you have a sibling? Had a sibling? Oh, well. You can relate to her, at least, upon this point. There you go, yep. that's the emote. Upper body strength, you say? Your parents are not dead, at least not as far as you are aware, but you have not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough, and they never once bothered to check up on you. For many years, there have been no letters nor any visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You do not know if they will help. You feel like you cannot say nothing. That would seem heartless. The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events, because she smiles, albeit somberly. It's alright. It was ages ago. I don't remember her too well, and I've never really had the luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do. Around the house, you ask? That too. I was the oldest child, so as it was my job after my mother died to manage the sweeping and the cooking. Oh, and looking after all my siblings too. You blink, intrigued, and glance about your hostess' humble lodgings. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Where could they be? Girl, what do you think? Literally, I think this is the only living person in the entire village. The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You're not being exactly subtle, because she shakes her head. I had siblings, 2 younger brothers. They're both gone now. You should have known. You apologize to the gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this faux pas. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest, he died when he was still a babe, and the oldest, he died before he reached double digits. I was upset about it at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. Life's a fleeting thing in this wicked old world. That's something you learn in this trade, digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm, but I've also dug graves for young babes still in their swaddling cloths. That's the nature of death. It comes for all of us in the end, no matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good or bad we've been. It's the great equalizer. Or so I've heard. A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess' speech. She's not wrong, but the inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It's too disturbing. For the longest of times, my family was a small one, just me, my father, and me. But that was fine. It was how I liked it. Damn, bars, TBH, dude, no, literally, yeah. I'm like, homegirl getting existential over here. I was very happy, even if our lives weren't the best. I've never had any fancy clothes to wear. We can't dine on the finest of foods. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special, but I've always felt otherwise. I thought that I was blessed. We knew hardship, of course, and famine, but that's just the way life is around here. Food supplies were low. We always helped one another out. I had my father, but I also had the rest of the village. We all looked after one another, and things always worked out in the end. This Tinder date started out strong, but she's really killing the mood. I mean, her whole family died, and she just lives here by herself now, so it's to be expected, I suppose. It's kind of real, though, you know? I like this dark vibe she's got going on. She's broody and shit, you know? At least they did. Until the plague happened. Yes, she had mentioned the plague. You had been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. You suppose the plague is the reason that the village, as you traversed it, was so empty. You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. It feels like it was a while ago. But maybe it wasn't that long after all. It feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but... Your hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. She looks as though she is entrenched within her own memories. What could she be remembering? You have never seen a plague before, but you have heard of them in your history lessons. Your history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacked up on the streets and stacked up in the wooden carts come to take them away, with no shortage of She was a strange woman, your history professor. The plague came on very suddenly. There was no warning. One day, everyone was fine, and the next, they were all dead. It's with no small amount of anxiety that you eye the gravedigger. Then you ask, worriedly, surely they couldn't have all died. Is that not an exaggeration? Oh, if only. I wish I was exaggerating, but it's the truth,
Honest to God. The people in the village died one after another, just like that. I saw what the plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies, which came through, was buried, must have had it. Not that I know for certain. I'm just guessing still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all gray and clammy, and he complained of a horrible fever. There were night sweats and stomach cramps. And then there were the boils. Yeah, this is... Physically, she's describing the Black Plague. So, that also kind of puts a time period stamp on this virtual novel. Pustules. They were the size of eggs, and they were full of pus. When they burst, it stunk. The whole house was full of it, the stink of death. A wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was no good. My father was too far gone already. She took one long look at him, lying on his deathbed, and she shook her head. She said she didn't want to get any closer. I can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time. I felt like she was turning her back on us. I wished her ill, I remember that, after she left. Until a few days passed, and she fell sick too. Then, I felt bad for cursing her. I couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. It's silly, I know, but... The gravedigger closes her eyes. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes met like flecks of fallen snow. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might at any moment fall apart. It wasn't long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptoms as my father: the clammy skin, the fever, and the boils. The boils grew. They then burst, and they died and screamed in stinking agony. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill, but I think that was 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was all pointless. None of my herbal salves had any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All I did was stand about his bedside, telling him it'd be all right, until his eyes sank into his skull like 2 black stones, and his mouth dried out. During that last day, before he died, he might have been a corpse already. He didn't look at me. He didn't speak to me. He just lay in bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I'd never wished any ill on my father before, but during those moments The gravedigger squeezes her hand, which are resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbing with awful emotion, she says, "I wish he'd just died." Well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had overly long to wait. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining. No, perhaps not. The gravedigger is still shaking. She won't cry, will she? You hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You are not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of an effort, even if it's a token one. You shift upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Then, you say very softly that you are sorry. It's not much, but it's all you can think of saying. You had thought initially that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now you can see that this is not the case. Her suffering has far outstripped your own. Not that suffering is a competition, of course. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is, but the gravedigger seems not to mind. She is very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you, so, no matter how foolish you might be. Do you really deserve such kindness? Oh, again with the apologies. It's all right, like I said. You didn't cause any of this, and I'm not upset at you. I'm just recounting what happened is all. I do wonder, though, why I never fell sick myself. I thought I was gonna die, so I already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he'd already satiated his appetite on all the others. That, or maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else would tend to the dead? I was the only person left by the end of it all, so as I had to bury the people in the village. They're all resting peacefully under the earth, where the plague can't reach them. On the one hand, I'm happy for them. They were able to escape from their suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost, though, the gravedigger tenses. Then she sniffs. When I think about the kindly washerwomen who helped me scrub the mud and dirt from my clothes. Oh my god, not this internal dialogue. Aha! So this village did have its fair share of washerwomen after all. It would seem your earlier insistence upon this particular point was not without merit. I feel like that was a very selfish internal thought to have in the middle of all this. MC is such an interesting character. And the handsome young farmhand who used to flirt with me. The priest who preached at the church, who told us wonderful tales of paradise, and the children who would skip stones on the lake and play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but feel so lonely. The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine once she's finished her address with tears, but she does not let them fall. She's being very brave, much more so than you are. Anxiously, you extend a hand towards her, meaning to, what, give her a hug? You do not know her well enough. Pat her head? That would be infantilizing. Squeeze her hand? Perhaps that could be misconstrued as a romantic overture, and that is the last thing you want. Quick, tell her you work on a farm. Also, this is a lie! That is definitely not the last thing we want. You endured more than your fair share of teasing over that. Oh dear. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision, as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side. Your hand rests upon your lap, as useful as a damp kindling. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that you ought to say something, to show that you heard her plight, and that you care. From my experience of graveyard keeper, offer to help. I feel like there's no one left to bury, though. You do not know what this something should be, however. No words could ever console the gravedigger. They would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved. And so, after a pause just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say? Oh no, the gravedigger replies, wiping a few stray tears away with the back of her arm. It's all right. I've grown used to it, really. Being on my own, I mean. It ain't so bad, really. And I'm not alone now, at least. I've met you. You'll keep me company, won't you? Well, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well yourself how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod, a response which makes the girl smile more widely still. That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveler who's passing through, but I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have food enough, and a spare bedroom. I can make it up for you right now. You must be tired after your long journey. Just give me a moment. The gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please, and frown. The girl's home is a small, humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. This so-called spare bedroom is in all likelihood the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. You do not think that you would much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man, but what choice do you have? You are tired, wretchedly so. Why, it's all you can do to keep your eyes open. While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in your mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you have found said sanctuary, it would be unreasonable to find faults with it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many, many people in the world with less. You rise and follow the gravedigger. Once she's finished her preparations to her so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you feared it would be. At least there is a bed, which comes as something of a relief. The rest of these lodgings are so humble you would have half expected a straw pallet. As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal. The sheets of the bed are clean too, a fact you discern with a cursory glance. So, you will not be expected to sleep upon the sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man after all. This really is your lucky day. I got you this too, the gravedigger says, somewhat shyly, as she hands you a folded gown to sleep in. I thought it might come in handy. Your own clothes are, a little shabby. She can say that again. Your skirt is covered in mud, and the hem is torn and ragged. This nightgown is one of my old ones, so it suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it'll fit all right. It's clean if nothing else. You accept the nightgown from your benefactress with words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you, and you yawn, a fact the gravedigger does not fail to notice. Oh, begging your pardon, I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to help. The gravedigger bows her head to you like a drudge, then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon find that you rather miss your hostess' company. Anything? I mean, she did say anything. In the face of her good-natured smiles, you could almost forget all of the hardships you have hitherto endured. In her absence, however, your lodgings feel almost unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shudder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you are able, but your fingers are cold, and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. It takes you more time than you would like to complete this endeavor, but you soon have your shirt and skirt dispensed with. You are too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child, then pull on your new nightgown. Your hostess's earlier warnings were apt enough. It is quite worn, but it fits well enough. It's more comfortable, at least, than your old uniform. You have endured worse. Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It's with a sigh you extinguish the weakly flickering candlelight, which burns on your bedside, and with another sigh, you lay your head down upon your pillow. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you will be able to sleep at all. You can recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid detail, your heart is still pounding. The fear has yet to leave you. Perhaps it will never leave you. Your terror was such, it almost feels as though it has fused itself into your bones, into your very being. Your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Your eyelids fall shut, and your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It's not long until you're spiraling through a dark, deep abyss, lost in Morpheus's kingdom. All right, this is going to be our third dream, and this will be probably our biggest clue as to how this chapter is going to end. But it's also another look into MC's history, so. But your sleep, despite your wearied state, is not as restorative as you had hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive. Even at the conservatoire, you were frequently bested by dreams of the most vivid nature. The dreams that you have this night, lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon an unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you are back at the conservatoire, the place where this adventure of yours began. You are wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded and your gray, unremarkable skirt. Your hair is tied in braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmates, and you thought yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in return. You did not want anybody to notice you. Until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden, there were no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair or thrown objects. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting you that your classmates had devised. But this little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued on and on and on as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As the time passed, you began to fret as to the state of your own corporeality. Could anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? Then, at long last, you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest, though which you were sometimes bidden to jog for PE class, beneath the shade cast by an old oak tree. It was a makeshift tombstone, a small, meager monument made up of stone, upon which one of your classmates had hewn a name. Your name. Are we a ghost? Are we dead, or is this a prank? You knew at once, as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree, that this was the reason behind your classmates' silence. This was why they had, for many months, been ignoring you so studiously. They had buried you. Holy shit! Alive? In their hearts, you had already died. Okay, so is this metaphorical, or is this literal, or a mixture of both? I feel like our narrator is super unreliable, so it's really hard to tell. Your eerie dreams notwithstanding, you sleep more comfortably than you had anticipated. When you wake the following morning to the sweet chirping of birdsong, you feel well rested, albeit woozy. This means a gravedigger is the ideal GF then. Also, I feel like Immortal mentioning about us potentially getting buried alive is probably right. I think that's going to be our demise this chapter, but we'll see. Since with the last two chapters, it's kind of been like our dream that we have is very like indicative of what happens to us at the end. Your head is aching. It's nothing, however, that a cup of hot tea cannot fix. You stumble into the kitchen in your nightclothes, your hair loose and your feet bare. The gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and exclaims in the manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them. Oh, you look awful. I think you need something warm to drink, and maybe you need something to eat too. Let me get started on breakfast. And that's exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite the simple affair. Nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a bit too strong. It's food all the same, though, and you don't complain. Your stomach was beginning to grumble. The tea is inoffensive, at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in return. A sunny smile, like the field of blooming bellflowers. It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else, she says. Words which come to symbolize your relationship. You stay with the gravedigger for many, many more days, and, limited though her means might be, she always tries to help you. Anything? The gravedigger sets you chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact for which you are grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you, the sound of your feet against the foliage and the swirling fog. When you sleep, you are assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you awake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body, and your mouth gaping open, in a paroxysm of terror. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you are still afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so, though, particularly when you are sweeping the floor or keeping an eye on the bread loaves so they do not burn. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work she knows best, that is, digging graves. But why is she digging graves? There's nobody left but us. So what's the point? Her dogged persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you, so much so that you cannot help but posit a question to her on one particular morning, when the sky is festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her, perhaps a touch insensitively, do you continue to dig graves? There's nobody left, after all, to dig them for. You've always been practical, and you cannot see the point in it. What's the point in it? The gravedigger ponders while holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by your question, despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky. Her temperament is so placid. I don't suppose there is any point to it, really, the gravedigger eventually says, with a small smile. I know it doesn't have any particular purpose, but, well, digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it so I could continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going, and I suppose I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really. That's all it is? You think you can understand that? Though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there's a kernel of reason nestled among them. She does not dig graves out of any sense of purpose. She does it instead out of sentiment. You're gonna have to break the news to her that you can't get her pregnant. Well, she hasn't really talked about wanting to start a family. Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spend my days idling, all on my own, I think I'd go mad. gravedigger laughs at this, as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. Damn! Why are you insulting your bae, bro? You are ashamed of thinking such a thing, and your face flushes with the guilt of it. You cannot all be well-bred young ladies, you know. Still, the laughter of the gravedigger, as it echoes through the gray, gloomy sky, is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural. The rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to return her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot. You cannot help but pity her. This is the first character that MC hasn't been like super like enamored with. She has like a level of affection towards her and feels comfort around her, but doesn't seem as like taken by her as she has with the mermaid and the princess. You retreat indoors briefly after you talk with the gravedigger, then set about some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which does not. It's not until much later, however, once the sun has already sunk beneath the horizon and the moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. Because she isn't supernatural? I guess maybe. Although when she first sees her, she does still describe her as being like very beautiful, sort of angelic, ethereal. Like she still visibly describes her in that way. But I think maybe it's like there's a touch of classism happening with this one, where with the other two, I think MC considered the mermaid and definitely the princess as a class above herself. But with this girl, she finds her to be like beneath her in some way. So I think that's part of it. But it's interesting that it is still supposed to be romantic. So I wonder how, with the difference of like of how MC views this particular romantic interest, how this will unfold because of that. Because, like, the princess wasn't supernatural either. She was just a human girl. But, like, she was, like, of a higher status. So, I feel like that's what made her seem kind of, like, different. She is windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there's dirt caked beneath her fingernails. She just doesn't appreciate someone who is good with her hands yet. So, there in the very first one, there's like a comment about being good with your hands, and it was kind of sus with the mermaid. But I think it was the mermaid saying that about MC, not MC saying that about the mermaid. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which she hangs by the door, then looks to the pot suspended over the fire, a fire which you stoked with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, that of garlic and onions, fills the air, suffusing the interior of the kitchen in a homey aroma which makes your stomach rumble. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white. Thank you so much. Oh, here we go with the dear one again. We are once again being... I'm starting to think that the parallels between the girls... I feel like this isn't real. I feel like this is a figment of our imagination, but it's born out of the narrator, the person who's chasing us. Like, I feel like all of these girls, in some way, make up the narrator. Like, Or the narrator is like implanting this in our head in some way. Because they all have referred to MC as Dear One. And there's just so many parallels between them. There's nothing like returning home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now, let me give it a test. The gravedigger dips a spoon into the soup and brings it to her lips. She blows upon it. Then she places the spoon into her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food which you have prepared for her? You've cooked for her before, in the past, and she was always very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. You never have. At least now, with the gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend, a staunch ally. When you are with her, you are not alone, and that is worth its weight in gold. The gravedigger exclaims, after drawing the spoon from her lips. A small smile, guiltless. Her smile a bright, guiltless one. There we go. It's delicious. Your face flushes at this compliment. You're unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that, a query which makes the gravedigger smile. Of course I mean it. You've become quite good at cooking, really. That is a relief. You were not very good at all of this cooking malarkey in the beginning. You did not know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once. You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw the sullied soup out. The gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. Your soups during your stay have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Bro, she's just feeding this girl her blood. Today's soup, however, is marked a step above all the rest. You did not cut yourself with the knife, even once. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving. This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too, that we can eat it with. But oh, I should brew some tea too. Let me. Ah yes, the tea. You knew that you were forgetting something. You were so focused on the soup, it must have slipped your mind. Your face flushes yet again at this oversight, and shyly you offer to correct. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy? Of course you would not mind. You do enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you're awfully domestic. You work alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it, soup and bread, alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea, prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. You sit together at the table, then partake in this simple fare after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace ingredients. There's a bit of kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing, so much so it makes you feel rather sleepy. I hope we're not feeling too sleepy. You would like to sit with the gravedigger for a little while longer and tell stories, as you have sometimes in the past. That, or play cards. The nights are long, and there's no better way to pass them than spending time with her. If I didn't know better, I would say this would be a happy ending. You're being drugged, I'm calling it now, dude. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I hope we're not too sleepy. Games of Old Maid, alas, will have to wait. You're too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you feel utterly fatigued. Yeah, y'all, we have been drugged. Oh dear. You explain your predicament to the gravedigger between your yawns, and she nods in response. That's alright. You don't need to stay up with me. Not if you ain't up to it. You should head off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours. You do not think you're particularly pretty, but you presume that the gravedigger is just regurgitating a phrase to you. She does not truly mean it. How could she? She's far prettier than you are. You thank the gravedigger for her understanding and rise from the table. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs and change out of your clothes. You've only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles upon your door, light and unobtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong to but one person. It is the gravedigger come to check up on you. I'm sorry, the gravedigger says, her voice soft, but you rushed to your room so soon after eating, I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see if you're all right. The gravedigger is trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear it wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned, so much so, she could very well be on the brink of tears. You do not want her to cry for you. You would feel horribly guilty if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all that she has done for you. You bid the gravedigger entry into your room, therefore, without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. The door swings inward with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in black, her clothes a stark contrast to your pure white, well, off-white nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in bed, with your hair freed from your usual braids, and exhales. That's a relief, you wonder. Is that relief, you wonder? Playing about her face? But why? What was she expecting to see exactly before entering your chamber? Thank you for letting me in, the gravedigger says, toying with her fingers. How do you feel? Not too terrible, you reassure her. There are no particular problems with your health. You just feel tired. Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale. Bro, is she gonna bury us because she's worried that we are sick?
Self-voicing enabled.
I didn't mean to do that.
Self-voicing disabled.
That was scary. That would be nothing out of the norm. You're always pale. True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? She did say she thought about killing her dad. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, she would have preferred to have put him out of his misery than watch him suffer. So it's like, bro, does she think we're sick? Is she gonna kill us? Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink? Or maybe a hot brick to place in your bread? It should keep you warm. You appreciate your hostess' thoughtfulness, but you reassure her that that won't be necessary. You will be fine. I hope so. I thought that about my father too before he... The gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know now what she was thinking of before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin, a sweating brow, rank, oozing pustules. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague, which once beset your own country, and you shudder. Underground where the plague can't reach them, oh my god, yeah. Bruh. If you don't want anything, then I'll be on my way, the gravedigger says. But before that... Before that? This was just a fancy on my part, but I was wondering, would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while? Your hair? That's right. It's such a pretty shade of red is all. I just thought, well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me, not if you don't want to, but I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I've heard it's supposed to be soothing. That is what the gravedigger says, but you have the distinct feeling that she is the one looking for solace here. She's not quite so selfless, perhaps, as you would like to think. But she has been so very good to you, and has done so very much for you, that you do not want to begrudge her this small self-indulgence. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna eat a snack. I'm getting hungry. I have muffin bars to satiate me. But there's a snack right there. Listen. I need sustenance. It's what I get for streaming for so long. I'm like, let me just eat real quick before we get buried alive, you know? Because there ain't no way that's not what's about to happen right now. Like, if we don't wake up in a coffin underground, I'll be surprised. Okay. You rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request. And upon doing so, you are certain you have made the right choice. Your hostess's face lights up immediately, in a manner which makes you blush. Oh, thank you. It'd be my honor. Now, let me fetch my brush. The gravedigger retreats from your room in a hurry, but returns soon thereafter, holding in her right hand the promised brush. This artifact acquired, the gravedigger then settles herself upon your bed by your side. She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she announces that she will begin. The gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melds with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It is soothing enough, so much so, it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one, and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you, you wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, it must have been when you were very little. You have not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you enrolled at the conservatoire. Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. It's soft, just like silk, not at all like mine. Mine is so coarse. This gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscence. It sounds as though the gravedigger is lost in nostalgia of her own, because her voice, when next she speaks, is dreamy. I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me, back when she were still alive. That must have been a long time ago, though. I get the feeling she's done this before. Yeah, I'm like, It is funny, you think, that as the bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses, that you and the gravedigger should both be reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. Perhaps there is something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair, which is wont to summoning forth such images. I would not know personally. I cannot remember my own mother at all. I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much. The gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck. My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can remember that. She always told me to sit still. Though it wasn't my fault I squirmed, she used too much force. Now this is curious. It sounds as though the reminiscences of the gravedigger are not particularly fond after all. Did she not get along well with her mother? I can't rightly say, the gravedigger replies, in a somber sort of voice. I was young, like I said, when she died. I really don't remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all the cooking and the cleaning. Oh, and looking after my baby brothers. But she had time enough, despite that, to brush her hair. She did what she felt she had to make me look presentable. Not that it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village, you see, who liked to sit indoors with their mothers and sew. I'd always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him. Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled. Not that you can see it with your back facing her. My mother said I wasn't very, well, maidenly. She didn't like that I always trapezed around outside after my father, watching as he dug graves. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of princess, wearing a fine dress. The gravedigger snorts. I used to get a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I did get burrs in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. It's not like I ever had any hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. But still, she hoped. She had a lot of hopes, my mother. High hopes. I think she might have resented my father, maybe, for working such a menial job. Our profession is an honest one, but it's never made much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses, and... oh, I don't know. She always had ideas. Her head was full of fairy tales. It was a shame, I suppose, that her reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted. The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable, so much so that you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. You never will, either. Her cold, inert body has been lying in the graveyard buried beneath a tombstone for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought-out condolences can cause more harm than good. Doesn't get a prince, gets a princess instead. Task failed successfully. There we go. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you that, of course, your father loved you, really. If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? You know he was worried about his finances, but that seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice, at least you think she was, but she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was nominally an adult, she always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You do not try to tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her, that she must have done, else she would not have given birth to her. Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair, and you say quietly that you understand. Sometimes you feel like a disappointment yourself. Well, the gravedigger says after a pause, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I guess it happens to all of us. You guess so. Parents are only people after all. While one would hope one's parents would be kind and attentive, they too can fall victim to caprices of their own. Just because one has brought a child into this world does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Bro, they're spitting bars right now. Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. It is a painful subject. Oh well, it's alright if my mother never liked me, or even if she never loved me. I know my father did, and that's all that matters. He was always there for me, no matter what. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces. At least, until he wasn't. He died, and I didn't do anything to help him. Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake. You still cannot see her, but you feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It is all-consuming, like the waters of a deep, dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not in your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms with telling her. You turn to face her and pluck the brush, which has been hovering in the air, inert from her fingers. Then you let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness. I know, but I can't help but think, what if I keep racking my head over and over trying to come up with something? But I can't think of anything, and even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried. I buried him, and now I'm all alone. She might have been alone, you tell the gravedigger, but she isn't now, not anymore. How can she be when you are there? I know that, I know, and I'm grateful, but I don't know if I deserve it. Why would she not deserve your company? You do not understand. Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me the most, I failed him. I failed everyone. All of the villagers, all of my friends, all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it. I don't want you getting sick too, not when I care about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to being on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much I can't sleep from it. There are plenty of things you can do for her, actually. Yeah, starting with not killing me. Please don't kill me. My last two girlies killed me. Please. Please don't kill me. I'm scared. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. Then she collapses in on herself. She leans forwards, her arms wound about her middle, as if to steady herself, and she cries. She cries, and she cries, and she cries. For a few moments, you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face, streaked with silvery tears, seems to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem too slender to bear the accumulative weight of all the sorrows she has endured, are shaking. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, as insistent as the fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night. You are not so very tired, however. You cannot afford to offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too weary to think of pretty sophisms. But there is something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you're tired enough for once to throw caution to the wind. That and the tears of the gravedigger are awfully arresting. You open your arms, and before the gravedigger can pass comment, you pull her to your chest. Oh. A soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quieter than the sound of the wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then there's nothing. The gravedigger is stiff in your arms for a few moments, like the corpse she and her father used to seal away inside their wooden coffins. She's all wide eyes and awkward, pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly, as you hold her, that you have perhaps made a mistake. Were your attempts at consoling her too clumsy? You would not know. You've never been in a situation like this before. You've never consoled any friends before because you never had any friends to console. It is not so now, however. You are as far away from your old life as it is possible to be, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there, still as a statue, cradled in your arms. Are you still going? Yeah, dude, I'm still going, but we're almost done, I think. I'm pretty sure we're very close to the end of the game. I have to know how it ends. I need answers. I need answers about who's chasing us. So, we continue onward. Oh, I'm very sorry to show you something so embarrassing. It's just, I get so lonely sometimes. Until at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against yours. You run your hands against your sobbing companion's shoulder blades and her back. Gently, you soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize. There's no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your chest, wetting the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you that night, but they do not need to. Words are irrelevant in a moment as tender as this, shared between two souls that have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. You slide beneath your sheets. You still feel exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. It would be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. Bro, I'm like, only one bed trope again. Here's hoping it's a pretty gal that just wants to give MC a smooch. Yeah, for once, please. Please don't kill me. I've been killed enough times. You have already accepted the gravedigger after all, every single inch of her. You have accepted her hospitality. You have accepted her food. Now you are accepting her company. And then they had sex at the end. There you go. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets, then draw her body to yours. The gravedigger has not yet changed into her nightwear. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she awakes come the following morning, her head resting against your chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There's no concept of time between the two of you, no thought of the day which will dawn once this night inevitably ends. Instead, there is only the warmth shared between you and the wetness on the cheeks of the gravedigger. There is a sound, irregular now, and less intense before, of your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There is this gentle, tender moment, snatched in the midst of a deep, dark night, which can never be replaced. Bro, and then we're gonna wake up underground somehow. I can just, like, there's no way we're getting out of this alive, bro. Like, we're definitely getting murdered once again. Your eyelids feel heavy, as though weighted down with stones. They droop inexorably downward, pulling you, like a drowning maiden, into the darkness, impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn. Then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger, like two cats in a basket. You sleep, and you sleep, and you sleep, more deeply than you have allowed yourself in quite some time. What did I fucking say, yo? Oh my god. Why are we being buried, bro? Like, I thought she loves us. Like, all these people claiming to love us, and then all they do is kill us. Like, this is so foul. But when you awake, you find you're no longer in the bed upon which you slept in, shrouded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you are quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark.
Y'all, genuinely, getting buried alive is like such a fear of mine. Like, is like I'm I'm not terribly claustrophobic, but if I were to be in a situation, I have like a pretty like primal fear of like being restrained that I can't really help. It's like a big fear of mine. So I feel like this would be one of the most terrifying ways for me to die. And every time I see it in like media, I'm like, oh my god. MC can never catch a break, yo, for real. Also, thank you for the biddies. I just realized that I didn't say thank you. I appreciate you. I'm so distracted by the fact that I'm getting buried alive right now. You blink, but your surroundings do not become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you are aroused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else to slake your thirst. Your sleep has become awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. That does not sound quite right, though. You slept well. Of that you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? Maybe we slept so deeply she thought we were dead. Oh dear. You do not know much of anything. You can feel a strange pinching sensation around your chest, however, and around your arms. It would appear as though somebody, but who else could it have been, save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping. Yeah, dude, if we were sleeping so deeply that she, like, changed our clothes, like, we had to have been sleeping like the fucking dead. Oh, no. Oh, this is the worst one. That is a startling thought, but the darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you is unsettling completely. It's so thick you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep unnatural darkness. It's cold, too, and you're lying upon something hard. Some sort of stone slab? What's going on? You reach out, but your movements are soon stymied? Stymied? Stymied, probably. There's something heavy lying atop you. Something that is limiting your movements. You were anxious before, upon awaking, but at this discovery, you feel downright aggrieved. Dude, yeah, I'm panicking too. I'm like, bro, getting buried alive is so scary. Like, holy fuck. Ah! Bro. Ah! A sharp prong of panic pierces you, but you try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations even worse. You ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best as you can, though it's coming on thick and fast, and you try to squirm. You move your arms outwards, but they do not get very far. There's a wall above you, and walls on either side of you. Walls which do not budge no matter how hard you push. Oh my god, you guys, this is terrifying. Not, I must add, that you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. You have never had much in the way of upper body strength, nor lower body strength. You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from mere exertions, unsure of what to do. Bro, we're using up all the oxygen in the room. In the grave. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, nor why, but a terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you, one which, initially, you tried to discard. You did not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You're lying in a box, hemmed in by walls, which offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? Bro! The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear it, the irregular sounds of drumming. It's as though somebody, though they must be a very large somebody,
is tapping their fingertips upon the lid of your coffin. That, or it's raining. It's not the fingers of a giantess, though, which is disturbing you, nor is it falling rain. It's dirt. The sound continues on and on as though drilling its way inside your skull. It's relentless. It's merciless. Girls, scream! Scream on the top of your fucking lungs, like, what are you doing? Like, once you realize that you were in a coffin, once the thought crossed your mind, like, you need to be like, I'm not dead, please let me out, bro. Oh my god. Your time is almost running out, but you knew that already, didn't you? When you were running through the forest. You ought to have known, silly thing, that you could not outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later, it would catch up with you. You are stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. You cry not for your parents, whom you hardly knew, nor for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you have been living, and with whom you share one precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Surely this is some manner of mistake. Once she realizes that you are, in fact, entombed in one of the coffins she is currently filling, for who else would be moving the dirt above you, she will cease her operations at once. She will pull you out of the darkness, back into the world of the living, and then she will hold you close. She will embrace you. She could not mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you, and so kind. Why would she bury you? You cry to her so loudly, you fear your vocal cords might tear, all while banging against the roof of your compact prison. You cried desperately, helplessly, and to your relief, your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling soil stops, albeit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's been filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it. So you're awake then, are you, dear one? The gravedigger says. She sighs. Then she says in a perplexed sort of voice, Now that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd be She's doing it on purpose! Bruh, what the hell? Like, why? I was hoping you'd be asleep for a couple hours more, so that the last time we spoke could have been on better terms. If you keep screaming like that, I'm gonna feel bad. Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You are so tense, you're attuned to every single syllable, and each of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake, then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You posit this question to the gravedigger as best as you can, trying to keep the tremors from your voice as you do so. Perhaps you think, in your optimism, that if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward you for your bravery and let you go. If this is what you are hoping, though, it is in vain. That's right. You really do catch on quick. So it would appear she really has committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. I think you're right about all these being hallucinations because they all called her dear one, which is such an interesting term. Yeah, like, every single one of them has called her the same pet name, and, like, every single one of them has, like, randomly, like, turned against her. It's interesting. Why, though, would she do such a thing? You thought she was your friend. Also, we kind of get this sort of, like, bitter-sounding, like, narration from, like, our narrator, like, about, like, oh, well, you thought so-and-so cared about you, like, surprise, motherfucker. Mildly irritating, really. I feel like, though, we're gonna get something more after we clear this part. Okay, you thought that she was your friend. We are friends, the gravedigger says, her voice still worryingly offhanded. Worryingly empty. I'm very fond of you. There's nobody dearer to me than you. It seems very orchestrated, yes, yes. I I've had a really good time with you these last... How long's it been again? I don't remember. Also, every time any sort of like concept of time passing, like they are so unspecific about how long MC has been hanging out with each of these girls, and then every time at the beginning of each like chapter, they say the same exact line about how time is kind of like irrelevant, it's not passing normally, which just kind of like aids to the fact that I'm like, this just can't be, like, this has to be, like, in her head. Neither do you. Well, if this little detail has slipped both of your minds, it can't be all that important. I feel like how much time is passing has to be important because they keep talking about how it's not important. Like, you have other things to worry about. If you really are friends, you say to the gravedigger, then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You do not understand, but you understand her reply even less. Right, now that knows how much time is passing, it's like the gravedigger doesn't know how long it's been since her dad. Yeah, like, she doesn't know how long it's been since her dad died, or like, since her mom, like anything. Like, no one, not a single time throughout the entire game has anyone had an understanding of like time passing as far as like events go, and like how long they've spent with MC, and like MC also has like absolutely no idea how much time has passed. It's like, it could be literally no time has passed at all. So you could literally still be in the forest, because every time we die we circle back to being in the forest again. So I'm really hoping that once we die this time, there will be something new that we'll be able to unlock to understand why everything has come to this. Well, here's the thing, the gravedigger says, in a reasonable sort of voice, as though burying someone alive could ever be thought of as a reasonable action. I've been digging graves for a long time, see? You cannot see, it's too dark, but you affirm that you do all the same. Well, I was digging all these graves, but I've not had anybody to put in them, not for ages. It was rather sad. You think you know where this train of logic, twisted though it is, might be going, so you don't interrupt her. You know no good will come of it. All you can do, for the present, is lie there and listen. I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this godforsaken village. Not after the plague messed everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. Now that I have somebody I can bury, I'm not gonna let the opportunity pass me by. Girl, why do you care about burying people so much? Like, hello. But now you're back to square one. If you bury me, you have nobody to bury. You should have saved me for later in life. I'm sorry, but this is just part of my job. It's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I buried my mother, and I buried my father. I buried all my friends. Now I'm going to bury you too. It is sound logic in a sense. As the daughter of a gravedigger, digging graves is her job, but something about it rankles you. If only you could put your finger on it. Ah, yes. There's a bit of a flaw with her reasoning, is there not? You are not dead after all. You might not be dead now, the gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity, but you will be if given enough time. I mean, everybody else I've ever known's died. Who's to say you wouldn't be next? It seems rather more likely that you will die, and quickly, if she persists with her poorly thought out plan to bury you. Your coffin is not very large. It affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it, your demise will be a slow, painful one. Honestly though, I feel like it would be less painful running out of oxygen, because you'd fall asleep before you die. Like, you'd panic and then you'd lose consciousness and you'd fall asleep. So I'm like, you know, it's more the panic. It's the panic of the inevitability of you dying that makes being buried alive and running out of oxygen so terrifying. You are unsure which death would be worse. Definitely starving to death would be worse because that would take much longer. Though given how precarious your situation is, you do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger, and quickly, while she's still here. You tell her tearfully that you would not leave her. Why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow, but the gravedigger remains unmoved. You say that, she says, but how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveler. They'd never stay put in one place for long. You'd get sick of me before long, and then you'd leave me. This is a similar thought process as to the other two that killed me. Being so scared that I will leave them, that MC will leave them, that this is the only logical course of action, is to kill me. In one instance we got drowned, another instance we got eaten. Now we're getting buried alive. Like, MC literally cannot catch a break. It's been the same. And again, like, this game was made for like a game jam, and it's like a yandere game jam, so like it fits the theme of like, maybe the narrator is a captor, we escaped capture. Yeah, I'm like, I still just have so many questions about the narrator and who we're running from, you know. Why would you? Oh, I don't know, probably because she tried to kill you. Yeah. This way, at least, I can be assured that we'll always stay together. But, like, we're not gonna be together. Like, I'm gonna be dead and you're gonna be lonely again. Like, girl, your logic is full of holes. If I bury you like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I even took care to put you in a nice spot, close to my home. So's you're only a stone's throw away, really. Isn't that nice? Privately, you think that the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you. You do not say this, however. You cannot say much of anything because the panic has begun to set in. It's choking you, stopping up your throat so you can only cry. You scream, you beg and you plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She's already buried her little brothers. She's even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. She thinks by burying you, she is doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think that she is going to kill you. In a sense, you're both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you will never be able to find any common ground. You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She is beyond listening. Like, this is the narrator talking to MC in this moment. Kind of like, it's almost like the narrator is like telling MC to give up hope. Like, it's interesting how the narrator speaks to MC like as she's dying. It's like the MC is like siding with the killer, but also showing an understanding towards MC's opinion on what's happening. But overall, it feels like the narrator is really complacent. Shush, shush, dear one, the gravedigger very gently, says the gravedigger very gently. Just as gently as she spoke last night when she confided in you all of her fears. It won't be so bad, really. Nothing will be able to hurt you down there. It'll be just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? This way, we can always be together. And I'll never be lonely again. While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your arms, your legs, and your head conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sound of the dirt and the scraping of the shovel and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream and you scream and you scream without cease, until your throat feels hoarse, but your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You're in no position to move it. All you can do is lie there, screaming and crying, and banging your fists on the roof of the coffin, over and over, as more dirt and debris fall on top of you. Eventually, enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You're all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box, which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the back of your nostrils when you inhale. It's so potent, you can taste it on your tongue. You can taste the eventual inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here underground forever and ever. Or, to use less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. It isn't a very pleasant way to go. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. And the narrator says something along the lines of this every time we die too. Like, she doesn't really... She's like, damn, sucks, bestie, but I'm not really that sympathetic about it. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do, NC? And this is going to be our third one. So, will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? And I just want to see what the narrator says when we say accept, and then we will see what happens when we fight against it. Very well then, enjoy your eternal slumber. I suppose this is good night for now, but this is not goodbye. You cannot escape from me, even if you're buried deep beneath the earth. Where there's a will, there's a way, and even if the whole world has forsaken you, I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. And now to find out what would happen if we fight. Let's fight. Fight against your fate. Are you not happy with the hand fate has dealt you? Very well. I cannot blame you. It's quite a grim ending. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy, and you are rather dearer to me than that. Now, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take?
Okay, guys, this is it. This is the end. I'm also super excited. This is it. This is what we've been waiting for.
So, you've come back here, have you?
Dude, I'm so excited.
That does not come as much of a surprise. Though, presented with 3 potential paths, it's not as though traversing any of them would have any particular impact on your ultimate fate.
Yeah, nowhere left to go but back. Because in the very, very beginning of the game, the MC makes a note that there are 3 paths, and then she says, well, there's technically 4 if you include the path that she was currently on, but she couldn't afford to double back. So this is like the 4th path. This is the 4th option, giving up, going back the way you came. So we're finally going to be able to face our first threat, and who I also assume is our narrator. Though presented with 3 potential paths, it's not as though traversing any of them would have any particular impact upon your ultimate fate. In the end, you are always destined to return here. Did you really think you had a choice? How hopelessly naive of you. I thought that you were smarter than that.
Your breath, which once escaped your lips in sharp, ragged gasps, is now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated, as though they have been punctured. Your blood is rushing through your temples in a heady, overwhelming surge. Your stomach, meanwhile, has twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy, your legs in particular. They no longer wish to obey you. You take a stumbling step forward, and your foot gets caught in a tree root. You are certain that you passed this route once already, and that you sidestepped it. But perhaps your memory is beginning to fail you, just like the rest of your body. You gasp, surprised, and pitch forward, to bead on your eyes, wet and salty tears. You are not as resilient as the gravedigger, nor as carefree as the princess. If you lived underwater like the mermaid, then nobody, at the very least, would be able to tell you that you are crying. But you do not, and I can. Believe me, I can. Your arm aches dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You would try to stand, had you the energy, but you know, as you sit there dazed, that this would have been a futile effort. You cannot stand, not any longer. It hurts too much. You really have been through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I have not been very kind to you. But you ought to be accustomed to hardship. Why then are you crying? You always have been a crybaby. That is why they teased you so much. It's because they knew you would be guaranteed a reaction. You are very predictable. Even now, after you tried to borrow my power for your own purposes, you have not changed at all. As you sit there sobbing, you hear, or you think you can hear, footsteps approaching you. There, to your right, is the snapping of a twig. To your left, the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed to a knife's point by anxiety. You are so panicked, you feel as though you're going to be sick. If you want to vomit, then why not? There's no shame in it. There's nobody here to judge you. Nobody but me. I have always been here, you know. I will always be here, no matter how fast you try to run, or how far. Did you really think you could escape me? Poor sweet child. Poor little fool. I did tell you, did I not? A contract with a witch is binding. Okay. No amount of physical distance between the both of us could ever sever it. I told you I would never let you be lonely, and I meant it. But I have had rather enough of these little games. It's time for me to collect my collateral. Bruh. I'm shook. A soft gasp escapes your throat as you feel arms wind their way about your back. Naturally, you know whose arms they are. They are mine. I have been watching you all night, but this is the first time I have reached out to you in so direct a manner. Oh no, the witch is cute! I'm like, why are we running away from her? Like, we should just accept our fate, you know? Look how cute she is. Did you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering in your chest. It's beating very quickly, like a startled rabbit's. Your breaths are short and sharp. It's a cold night, and though I'm holding you, you are still shaking. I wish you would not tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown, but we are not strangers. We have spoken before, have we not? When you first called me forth from the ether, using that book you found in the library. You You were desperate enough then to turn to the occult for help. You pleaded with me to use my magic for your behalf. You begged me. You implored and you entreated, and you wheeled and you whined, and though I had some reservations, you forced my hand. I had no choice, not in the face of your desperation. You did not want to be lonely anymore. You wanted to have a friend, someone who would always be there for you, no matter what. You wanted somebody to love you. Is that not what you demanded of me? Is that not what I have given you? You might think me wicked, but I think you are being awfully cruel to yourself to run from me after I made all of your wishes come true. I did think, you know, about punishing you for running away from me. I thought of poking out your eyes so that you might never see anybody other than me. I thought of cutting off your long, lovely hair so nobody might ever think of you beautiful but me. I thought about breaking your legs so you might never be able to escape from me. I turned all of these intriguing ideas over in my mind, but I am a merciful witch. Though you hurt me, I do not wish to hurt you. You asked, after all, that I love you, and that's what I did. I have drowned you in my love. I have buried you beneath my love. I have swallowed you with my love. You have always been a sad, lonely girl, one who has been starved of affection. Nobody has ever cared for you. Your life has been a barren, empty wasteland, one devoid of any fonder feelings. That is why I had to drown you, you see? That is why I had to bury you. It's why I had to swallow you. In the end, I was doing you a favor. I was doing it all for you. In that sense, you're very lucky. Do you know that? There are few people in the world who have had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite this many times in one night. There are very few people in the world who can claim to have been loved by a witch. You have experienced so much love, it ought to have slacked even your unquenchable thirst. You know now what it feels like to be adored. I have more than upheld my end of the bargain. Now I think it's time for you to do the same. From this night forth, you and I will always be together. Then, I shall be able to love you endlessly. You will never be lonely again. What does that entail, though? Like, why were we so scared of her in the first place? Is it because she torments us? Well, guys, that was the end. I don't think there's anything else. Oh my goodness. Oh, it says extras right here. I wonder if there's anything there. Gallery, music, notes. No, just like the CGs. Aw. Look at our cute girlies. Yeah, these are just art. Like, these are the CGs. Music. Oh, cool. Notes. Ooh. I'm not gonna read this right now. How did you guys feel about that? I feel there's a meta game thing here. Like, maybe if you restart, it will be different. You think? I could try. Let's see. So this is the same, running through a forest. Been here before. It's beginning to feel like you've been running for a long, long time. But the sun, despite the overwhelming weariness, as your legs has yet to rise. skirt. You've taken numerous paths, and yet they ended in failure. Oh, yeah, you're right. I think this is different. Hold on. I'm pretty sure you're right. I think this is different. You're running through a forest, but this shouldn't come as a surprise to you. You've been here before, haven't you? It is beginning to feel like you've been running for a long, long time. Why, I wonder, could that be? You are sure, as you run, that you have seen this all already. You have seen the fractal pattern of the moon's milky glow as it spills on the uneven forest floor, and the trees which jut out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god. You have seen wicked brambles, which sought to ensnare you, and might I add succeeded, and tree roots, hooked like the choppy fingers of witches far older than I, which sought to trip you. Because there was no mention of witches in the prologue at the beginning. So this is definitely different. You have cut your feet. You have torn your skirt. You have taken numerous paths, yet they all ended in failure. Once you had hope, now it's gone. You have already given in to me. So why are you still running? Silly girl, did you really think you could escape from me after all I have subjected you to already? There's no use trying to escape from my embrace, and if I may be so bold, I'm hurt that you would even attempt it. Were you not happy with me? I was happy with you. But no matter. You are a stubborn little chit, and perhaps you think that things will be different this time around. That is why you began to run. I can see, despite the fear in your eyes, that your resolve has not burnt out. Not just yet. A spark of it still remains. A spark that I mean to extinguish for good. It is pointless, you know, trying to escape from a witch's curse. In this forest of phantasmagoria, constructed from my own powers, I am a creator, goddess, Mother Earth, if you will. It does not matter how quickly you run, trampling the tall grass and the loose leaves and ugly spotted mushrooms underfoot. I still have you right where I want you, in the palm of my hand. I will not let you get away that easily. But very well. If you insist on playing this little game, I will indulge you. I will play along. We can do this all over again. Now, where were we? Oh yes. You are still running through a forest. It's late at night, and the sky is black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way, save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. Okay, this is the same as the original prologue. So it might have just been that dialogue in the very beginning, and now it might just circle me back to being the same as it was before, but I'll finish this and see what it does. The trees, which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you are going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more reasonable hour, though, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. You do not know where you are going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You are running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind. None beyond the almost overwhelming impetus to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught, though it is too late, I suppose, for that. You have no choice, therefore, to keep going, on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You run, and you run, and you run, until at long last, you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though. Why would you? You have put all that effort, after all, into running forwards. Not once, but twice! I doubt you mean to confront me. How can you, when you're so very afraid? I can hear your teeth chattering, you know. I can see your legs trembling. Your fear rolls off you in waves more potent than any perfume. Your anxiety is truly staggering. It is a wonder, really, how you're able to keep putting one foot in front of the other. You will keep putting your feet in front of the other, though, no matter which direct decision you make. You will not turn back. How could you? You are far too cowardly. Now, the 3 paths are signposts as well you know, which will be a strange sight given you're so deep in the forest. But you ought to be used to strange sights by now. It's dark, but that does not matter. You have seen this signpost before, and you know full well where each path will lead you. I would say that your fate is in your hands, but you and I both know that that's incorrect. Your fate is, and always has been, mine to manipulate. Must we really go through this rigmarole again? You won't discover anything new, you know. The mermaid, the gravedigger, and the princess will not deviate from the scripts which have already been prepared for them. I did not, in all honesty, think to furnish any further response for them. I did not think you would be seeing them again. But no matter. If this is what you want, I shall provide it for you. Go ahead. Throw your life away, again and again and again. Be drowned by love, buried by love, consumed by love. Then, when you have had enough and you can no longer stand to submit yourself once again to my embrace, and let yourself experience the love as precious few humans have ever before had the misfortune of experiencing. And I think this will probably just be a circle from here on. Like, it was cool. A lot of that dialogue was different in the very beginning. But I have a feeling if we make any of these choices, chat, it's just going to be the same. The shore, the village, and the castle. So I think that's probably everything. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, okay, this is all the same. Very cool, yeah, very cool. I liked that. Let's see. I just want to go back to the main menu. Yes. Yeah, very cool. Thank you for pointing that out, because I was like, I wouldn't have thought of that on my own, Neo, so that was cool. Thank you. I was almost hoping there'd be a 4th option once we made it to the signpost part, but I think at that point it just circles back around and you could just play the game again. But yeah, very cool, very cool. And then yeah, we have all of the CGs. Us drowning. We have this cute one. This one's cute. We have us being buried alive. This one. This one. Oh, and you can see the full thing now without the dialogue box too, so it's a little bit more like you can see more. Oh, what? There's a CG. Wait, okay, wait, pause. There's a CG I haven't unlocked. So maybe I'm wrong. I'm missing one. That's not how it works. If I do it again, I will get a different ending. Like if I play the whole thing again. Bro, because I will skip through it really fast right now. Because I'm like, yo, I'm missing a CG. Seeing the witch again? Wait, I'm like, yo, I have time. I will skip through it. Hold on. I'm like, we can do this really quick. Because there's like, I think you can, yeah, like fast forward. So, let's go. That's as fast as it can go, but.
I'm like, I have to, guys. We didn't get the last CG. Fight against it. Still wish this overall. It's remarkable. Okay, it's remarkable, and I can't skip this because this is new. This is new dialogue. Okay, cool, cool, cool. It's remarkable given this is the second time you have been pulled beneath the ocean's surface. I would have thought that you would want to give up by now. But no matter, you really are stubborn. I cannot promise a better fate than this awaits you, regardless of what you might choose. But I'm willing to indulge you. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Oh, guys, this is cool. Your fate is in your hands. At least that's what you once thought. You and I both know, however, that this was not the case, now that you belong to me. How much longer can you keep resisting, though? I cannot wait to find out. Alright, let's do the village. Meow. Here we fucking go. We Newman. We're 100%ing this game, y'all. Alright, let's fight. My, this is certainly unexpected. I had rather thought, after everything you have been subjected to, you would no longer wish to continue this farce. I was fully prepared for you to forfeit yourself at long last to my loving embrace. I'm ready to embrace you, should you so desire it, and cradle you within my unassailable affection. But it seems you are not ready to submit, not quite yet. Being buried alive twice over has not been enough to diminish your determination. You still wish to fight against me, as if you have any hope of succeeding. Your efforts are all futile. Do you know that? I'm far, far stronger than any skinny human like yourself could ever begin to contemplate. You would be better served if you gave in. But perhaps I have not loved you effusively enough. Not just yet. If you are to learn anything, I must first beat it into your thick skull of yours. Will you listen to me then? I only want what is best for you, you know? Hurting you hurts me too. Wow. Manipulative. But if that's what... But if that is what you want, so be it. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands, at least it's what you think. You and I both know, however, this was never the case. You still belong to me, and I will never let you forget that. Continue to struggle. Do your very best. It will not work. But it should be entertaining, if nothing else. Alright. Let's go! Meow. 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 Fight! Oh, you wish to keep going, do you? That is impressive, given this is the second time you have been devoured so heartily. Of all the demises you have experienced, this one is the most gruesome. If you had tired of these repetitions, I would understand. I am not the wicked witch you might think I am, and I would be willing to show you some mercy should you want it. But I can tell that you do not want it. Goodness me, you are stubborn. Why, I ask you, do you continue to fight? There is no escape for you, you know. I will never let you leave, no matter how you struggle. But very well. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands, or so I once told you. You ought to know now, however, that this was never truly the case. You still belong to me. I am not going to let you get away from me, not that easily. You can struggle as much as you want, but it will be in vain. It does not matter where you go. I will always find you. I can promise you that much. Give up ? There, you see? Are you happy now? Bruh. I told you that there was no use in repeating this night, yet you failed to listen. You have been drowned, buried, and consumed once more. And for what?
Do you feel as though you have made any progress in your attempts to escape from me? Once again, you find yourself, as you were, at the end of your last foray, into my forest full of nightmares. You are kneeling upon the ground, your feet aching, perhaps they are bleeding, and your skirt tattered and torn. You try to inhale, but it hurts. It feels as though your lungs have been punctured by a pair of embroidery scissors, which, if you guys weren't here for that, there was a dream that MC had where she was being bullied in school, and they were like in an embroidery class, and one of the bullies like purposefully like trips and like stabs her palm with embroidery scissors. So this is kind of like a callback to that. When you swallow, you can taste salt upon your tongue, which I'm assuming is a callback to being drowned. You blink, but it's so very dark in these woods, you fear you cannot see. I think you guys are seeing the pattern, yeah? There is a heavy, laden weight upon your shoulders. It feels as though somebody is shoveling soil upon you. Your body is cold, as though it has been sapped of all warmth. Your blood, which ought to flow through your veins, feels as though it has frozen. That, or it has been purged from your body altogether in rust-red gobbets. Have you not had enough of this now, silly thing? I'm saying this for your sake, you know, just as much as I am mine. Though I might have trapped you hence, I did it only because I care for you. I want only for you to realize the folly of your ways. Now, cease your foolish attempts to escape. They will accomplish nothing, save stretching your mind beyond its limitations. It has already, I fear, been stretched thin already. Humans are not designed to die, not as incessantly as you have. One death would be enough to finish most of your kind off, yet you have endured 6 of them. You do not want to go through that again, do you? Then do not run from me. Let me console you. Let me embrace you. Let me love you. What do you say to that? Cat got your tongue, Well, wish, one day, to whisper sweet nothings to me. I am an all-powerful witch, after all, and I can hear all of your thoughts. I know what you are thinking. Yes, that's right. Silence is golden, as they say. You do not need to speak. You do not need to blink. You do not even need to breathe. Now that you are finally mine, I will cut off your tongue, and I will pluck out your pretty little eyes, and I will... No! Oh my god, we're fighting back! I beg your pardon? What was that, dear one? And there it is! Oh my gosh, guys, it's the hidden CG. I said no. I am not your dear one. I never wanted this. Y'all, this is crazy. What? You would defy me still, after all you have endured? Were 6 deaths not enough for you, you gluttonous girl? Do you wish for more? I just wished for a friend. Aww. I didn't want to be lonely. But you ensnared me. You tricked me. I will never... Well, I never. What bold accusations. They are not true, though, you know. They're bald-faced lies. I did nothing of the sort. I don't, dude. I'm like, this is awesome, bro. I'm so glad you guys pointed out to me that there's like this extra ending. My name might begin in a similar fashion, but I am no Mephistopheles? Mephistopheles? I was very upfront when we first met. I said, if you wished to make a contract with me, it would cost you. It is your own fault that you did not listen. You accepted my terms, and now you are paying the price. Now, if you will come with me, my dear. I am not your dear. Really now, this has all become rather tiresome. I must insist that you cease this childish outburst at once, or else. Or else what? Will you cut off my tongue? Will you pluck out my eyes? You already stole my name. But it's coming back to me. What? No, that should be impossible. You gave your name to me. You gave your soul to me. You pledged your heart and your body to me. And now I want them back. I'm tired of these games too. Medea! Oh, guys, this is cool. You remember my name? I do now. You're called Medea, and I... No, stop it! I'm called Rosette. Pretty name. It can't be. I knew you were stubborn, but I learned how to be stubborn. I'm used to being bullied. You're just like the others. I'm not afraid of you anymore. You took everything from me, and now I'm taking it back. No, you can't. Rosette, please, don't go. Don't leave me. We made a contract, you and I. You said that you wanted a friend, and I promised to be that friend. I promised that I would always be there for you. Do you really mean to abandon me? That was the general idea. Oh my god, savage. And what of me? What am I supposed to do? You? You can rot for all I care. What? No! Rosette! I call after you're retreating back, but you do not heed my words. Interesting that she's still kind of narrating us, but it's like to herself now. I had to admit I was kind of hoping for this. Yeah, dude, this is good. This is really good. You do not turn your head. Once it was you who knelt in the dirt, your clothes tattered and torn, your dignity alongside it. You were so vulnerable then. You were so very, very beautiful. In a perverse way, however, I think you might look even more beautiful now that you are walking away from me. That is a thing you humans say, is it not? You never realize just how much you value something until you no longer have it. It does not hold true in my case, however. I knew you were a precious find when you first summoned me. Your fiery determination, even in the face of extreme hardship, endeared you to me. I thought you very noble, really. How you had survived for so long in an environment which was very hostile. For a human, I thought you remarkable. Now commented on someone who only has a 6-hour review saying they're not happy with the ending. Yeah, I'm like, cause okay, I have been playing this I've been streaming for 8 hours, and I have almost the entire time been playing this, so it takes a long time to like get this full ending. Like, I feel like I played it at a pretty decent pace too, so. That is why I decided to form a contract with you. I thought, with a human like you by my side, my own life of empty, endless wandering might not be so lonely. Goodness me. I must be growing sentimental in my old age. Now, you are not the one upon the ground. It is I. I could keep calling for you, but I know it would do no good. You will not turn back for me now. Not when I have caused you so much suffering. I did not mean to hurt you so, though. I truly did love you, albeit in my own way. In the end, however, I suppose the love of a witch was too much even for you to endure. Now, there's nothing but the milky moonlight and these trees, which jut out of the earth about me. They look like monuments built in the honor of a foreign god. They look like nothing from the world that you knew, Rosette. Because they are not of your world. They are of mine. Now you have fled from me, like a bird let loose from its cage. I fear I will never see you again. Rosette's stronger than me. I would have folded for Medea so easily. Bro, you're real. I'm like, Medea's a cutie pie. I will be on my own in this forest for all of eternity. Or until another silly little girl with stars in her eyes and dreams in her heart summons me once more. This happened a handful of times in the past. It might one day happen again. Until that day, however, I will lie here among the foliage and the fog, and I will close my eyes. I will let myself dream. And, enrobed in the undulating mist, I shall think to myself, it gets so lonely here. Oh my gosh. Cool, 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 cool. Ah, guys, that was good. That was fucking cool. Dang, and now we have that final CG. There it is. I'm just like, also that other person that's like, there isn't a good ending, or there isn't like a happy ending. Like, they must not have looked through the gallery because they would have then seen that they were missing a CG. Ah, you guys, that was good. I really liked this game. It is free. Like, every time I purchase a game off of itch, I always like donate, like I tip like an amount of money. But this game was free to download off of itch. So it's like crazy, bro. This game was really freaking good. And Elysian's like a fan of the creator. I think he like knows her. But bro, that was cool. Yeah, Ebby. And she's made other games too, so I'm kind of interested in checking out her other games because this was really freaking good. And thank you guys again for telling me to like go through it again, because I wouldn't have gotten that final ending. I wouldn't have unlocked. I think I 100%ed the game though. I think I'm not missing anything, right? That was everything. Oh, that was good. That was good. That was really satisfying. Oh, here come PC Cat. PC Cat was like, yeah, dude, that game was really good. Yeah, I'll have to find more like this at some point. I really liked playing this. And it did take longer than I expected. I absolutely did not expect to stream today for 8 hours. There's so many reviews saying there isn't a choice for a happy ending. That they didn't try hard enough is what it is. They gave up. They're quitters. They don't deserve the happy ending because they gave up too easily. Is the perseverance. Damn, yeah, that was really good. Did you guys like this kind of content? It was because I was like, sometimes I fear that just straight up virtual novels are a little bit boring, but I feel like it's fun to just kind of like listen to a story, because that's essentially all this is. I'm just like reading you guys a story. It's like story time with Machi. Also, yeah, this was for a jam. Yeah. Oh, Pussycat, come on now. Yeah, I know that Immortal, I know if you like, you kind of like suggested some games like these. My one friend just like literally is like the virtual novel fucking king and knows every single freaking virtual novel under the sun, it feels like. So, I have like this never-ending list of virtual novels that I want to play. But if you guys like this kind of content, I feel like I wouldn't want to do VNs all the time just because I occasionally do want stuff that's more interactive, but I really had fun with this one. Lists are beloved, yes. Yeah, Liz literally knows every single virtual novel in the world, bro. Like, I don't know how he does it. It's his passion. But yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed this. I feel like I'm getting, honestly though, I feel like I'm getting better at like reading. It makes for a chill stream, yeah. Like, I don't have to like do too much. I get too shy and embarrassed about it, but eventually one of these days I kind of want to stretch my voice acting legs a little bit, you know? I'm like, I did it a little bit, but I'm too shy to actually go all in. I'm like, what if I like actually tried to voice the different characters and stuff too? Tried to give them a different voice. I feel like that's a practice thing, and I'm not sure how to change my voice for characters, but I could probably put more emotion behind the dialogue. I feel like that could be fun. But yeah, I feel like I'm getting better at reading the narration and stuff. There are obviously still words I got stuck on, but it'd be like that sometimes. So I have to do something like D&D. Yes, oh my gosh, dude, like D&D on stream and like going full in with like roleplay, oh, dude, that would be fun. It would be so much fun, and it would be kind of like low key. Scheduling for that kind of thing is a nightmare for D&D. Yeah, but we would figure it out. I feel like we could make it work. Like, we just have to work out our schedules. My schedule is a little bit more like straightforward now than it used to be. I don't play D&D. Yeah. Pathfinder and Stars without numbers for me personally. Pathfinder and Stars, I think did you write something about that in my, that sounds really familiar. I feel like you told me about that one before. Yeah, I know, scheduling for D&D can like really be rough. I had this like one D&D campaign that I was a part of, and we were doing so well. Like, we were meeting every week. We meet every week for like 2 months or something before we lost it. And then we never met again. Not in person, but like we like made it work somehow. We really had our D&D shit together, and then I think one of our schedules changed or something, and that was the end of it. But okay, yeah, then maybe you didn't tell me. It just sounds familiar, Pathfinder and Stars. It just sounds really familiar. I feel like I've just heard of it before. Scheduling's impossible. I can't even get people to meet for it on Tabletop Simulator. No, literally, ugh, dude, making a schedule for any type of tabletop gaming, I just feel like is so hard. Like tabletop RPG. Yeah. In my case, the willpower and caffeine to stay awake when everybody is. Spans continents. Oh, that makes it rough, cause like the time zones and stuff like that.
Um, I like my last D&D group. Some of us were like local to one another, and then the others were like I live in the U.S. and so the others were like in Canada, but they were on the east side of Canada and I'm on the east side of the US. So even though we were like super far away from one another, we were in the same time zone still. So it made it a little bit easier. But even still, bro, we haven't touched that campaign in months and I forgot everything that has happened. So I feel like we'd literally have to like either start over or like just start a whole new campaign. Australia, England, and Lithuania, bro, that's wild. Like, those are such opposing time zones. Like, bro. I'm like, Australia is like 18 hours ahead of me, I think. Or 16. Yeah, I think 16 hours ahead of me. And I I think England is like somewhere between 6 and 8 hours ahead. I don't know about Lithuania though. I'm not sure where like that time zone is. But yeah, I think Australia is literally 16 hours ahead of me and England is somewhere between like 6 and 8 hours ahead. So that's just like though like how like literally how would you even like someone's schedule just has to take a hit. Like someone is not going to be sleeping at normal people hours in order for a D&D group like that to function or like a tabletop group like that to function. That's wild. Let me go. Let's put on some fun music. And by fun music, I literally just mean jazzy music. There we go. UK's 5 hours. I thought it was more. But 5 hours makes sense too. I don't know. I just know it's like less. It's not so bad. Lithuania is 7 hours. Man, you guys, that was a long stream. But we did the whole freaking game though. I'm pretty certain that we 100%ed it. France and Germany are 6 hours. Time zones are weird, y'all. And then it will be different once like March in the US happens because we have like our time change. We're gonna like move the clocks forward an hour. So then everything will be, unless I don't like I know not like some countries I think also do like daylight savings. They call it something else. Like I think some European countries do it. I don't know about Asian countries. But like if they don't, then it will go from, so like for Japan, it will go from being 14 hours ahead to 13 hours ahead because we move our clocks forward 1 hour. Bro, that's gonna confuse me because I keep up with some stuff in like Japan and Korea. They're in the same time zone. And because they're 14 hours ahead, how I figure out what time it is there is I take what time it is here. So for example, it's 10:42 right now. So I take what time it is here and then I add 2 hours. So it will be 12:42 and then you like flip it. You flip from like AM to PM or PM to AM. So although when it's like the midnight mark, it always confuses me a little bit. But it would be noon essentially. It's like 12:43 p.m. Yeah, like in Japan right now. That's how I figure it out. And then with Australia, you have 4 hours. So like it's 10:43 right now, so then you have 4 hours.
So then it's 2 p.m. 2:43 p.m. In Europe they call it summertime. I feel like probably not every country does it though. It's just like not how like not every state in the US does it, which is weird. It's like state by state. Like most states do it, but like not every single one. But yeah, time zones, y'all. Weird ass time zones. But yeah, I can't imagine trying to do like any type of tabletop gaming with people in such vastly different time zones. Like I feel like England and Lithuania are like only 2 hours apart from one another, so it's not so bad. But then like when you add Australia into the mix, I'm like, bro, it makes it such a mess. But yeah. Dang guys, that game was so good. And you're in the US, okay, so it would be like you and then 5 hours ahead and then 7 hours ahead and then 16 hours ahead. Like, bro, that's a mess. That is just impossible. I feel like I'd just not be able to ever make that work. Cause like someone's always gonna be like probably more than one someone's gonna be getting like a bad time of day. Especially, you know, it's like you guys probably all have jobs and shit. I'm like, I have friends in other time zones, but like we don't usually like plan out things like to do on a regular basis, so it doesn't like we kind of just talk to each other like whenever. And it usually works out. And when I was in Japan, honestly, it wasn't that hard to talk to my friends for certain times of the day. But it would be funny because like around noon or something in Japan, I'd be like out doing something, like shopping or something. And I would like text my friends like, bro, you guys, like I was buying stuff for some of my friends. I'd be like, yo, you want this? You want me to buy you this or whatever? And and I would like forget that they're probably asleep. I was like, oops, bad timing. But yeah. Well, I don't think I have anything else for you guys. Tomorrow I'll be streaming around 9 p.m. EST, and I haven't really decided what I'm gonna play. I'm like, usually I save Thursday for short content, but maybe since I didn't play Night in the Woods today, maybe I'll play that tomorrow so that we can like keep going for a little bit with Night in the Woods. I truly have no clue how close to the end of that game I am. Like, I have no idea how long that game is, but I feel like I'm not even halfway done. Like, it's kind of a long game. But we'll get there. We will make it through. So yeah, maybe we'll play that tomorrow. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll look at the other games that I have. Maybe I'll play something else. I don't know. I'm enjoying Night in the Woods, but it's kind of like slow gameplay. So it's like I'm not always in the mood for it. But it's been alright. And I feel like the story is gonna get really good if I persevere. But I've been feeling like it's just really slow. You know? But yeah, we'll see. And then I also will be streaming as per usual at 9 p.m. EST on Friday night. And we're going to continue on with Little Goody Two Shoes. We'll finish the current route that we're on for, oh my god, why am I blanking on her name? It will come to me, hold on. It's like Leb.
that's the shortened version, whatever. We'll finish Love's route, and then if it doesn't take that long to do that, maybe we'll do Freya's. But I feel like after this Friday with Little Goody Two Shoes, I'll probably call it a wrap on that game. And we'll probably start to play something new on Fridays moving forward. So, yeah. But I hope you guys look forward to it. I've had a lot of fun today. I really, really liked this game. Like, it was so good. And I'm so happy that I was able to do like a full playthrough. Like, get the final ending and like all of the CGs and like unlock all of it. Like, I feel very accomplished that I finished the entire game. Really eaten anything this entire stream other than snacks, so I'm really hungry. I definitely should have taken a break midstream to eat something, but I didn't. So I'm gonna eat something and probably like maybe I'll watch a movie or something. I don't know. I've been watching the MCU movies lately. Like, I've been like watching through them, and so maybe I'll like watch a Marvel movie or something and just chill for the night. I'm like, it's gotten late all of a sudden. It's like almost 11 p.m. Like, I can't believe it. I've really been streaming all freaking day. Like, I feel kind of insane. But thank you guys for spending Valentine's Day with me and hanging out. I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. And I hope you guys stay hydrated, eat yummy food, rest well, all that good stuff. And again, yeah, thanks for being my Valentines. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 p.m. EST. But until then, have a good night or a good day wherever you are in the world. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye, Nikki. Bye, Loot. Bye, Cyanide. Thank you guys. I know, I really have some crazy stream stamina, huh? Bye, Immortal. Thanks, everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow, okay? Have a good night, y'all. Stay lucky. Bye.